going to be watching for those strong to severe storms, and we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium, and you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday, but then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong to severe storms, and we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium, and you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium, and you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County. You need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch phase along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall with high.
Thank you for watching KVUE News at 5. We are under a weather impact alert as we take a live look outside at different parts of central Texas.
Now, most of our area is under a severe thunderstorm watch right now, so let's kick it off straight to Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams for the latest. Hunter?
Well, Queen and Adam, we've been watching this big supercell storm which has been moving through Burnett County, and I want to give you an early heads up. If you live in Williamson County, you've got a little bit of time, but this supercell storm could be heading towards especially western Williamson County. So let me take you to the radar right now, and you can see this kind of batch of storms that we are keeping an eye on. This is it, and obviously this is the problematic one right now, which is moving into northern Burnett County. We'll zoom in and I'll show you the information here on the warning. So this earlier was a destructive severe thunderstorm, meaning it had hail up to baseball size. Still, this is quite intense, but they've actually decreased it to a kid's bag. So this is going to be hail that could be upwards of golf ball size. This is moving into Lake Victor right now, and for Burnett, especially just on the north side of town, that's going to be the main zone to watch very closely. Here's a closer look at that hail core. Anytime you start to see those darker blues into the purples, again, that is golf ball size plus hail in the vicinity of Lake Victor right now. So moving forward, I told you over Williamson County especially, this is the storm zone that I'm watching over the next 1 to 2 hours. Burnett County into northern Travis, into Williamson, and into Milam County. But even outside of that, there's a pretty broad brush level 2 severe risk. That is the slight risk that includes most of our KVUE area, including down to Austin. So coming up, we'll talk more about how the forecast unfolds through the rest of this evening, plus if we have any additional storm chances in our forecast. That's in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you so much, Hunter. We'll see you in a few. And at the state capitol this afternoon, it is crunch time as the Texas House and Senate race against the clock.
Yep, just 5 days remain until the regular legislative session ends, and both chambers face midnight deadlines. Now, in the upper chamber, it is the last day for the Senate to vote on bills, and in the lower chamber, it's the last day for House lawmakers to take final votes on Senate bills. So any bill not passed by midnight will die.
KVUE's Daniel Perot is live at the Capitol, keeping a very close eye on both the House and Senate for us today. Hi, Daniel.
Both chambers are debating right now, working through long lists of bills. Today, the House took final votes on some controversial Republican priority bills. Among them was Senate Bill 13, which would give Texas parents and school boards more power to decide what books are in public school libraries. It would give school boards, not librarians, the final say over what's allowed in school libraries by creating a framework for removal based on complaints that they receive. School boards could make those decisions or delegate the responsibility to local school advisory councils if 20% of parents in a district sign a petition allowing for their creation. Some state lawmakers express concern this could lead to the overzealous.
Getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid 90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid 90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong and severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong to severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium, and you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County.
People who live near Beaumont are still cleaning up after heavy storms hit parts of East and South Texas Monday night.
Crews there braved high winds and heavy rain, responding to several incidents ranging from house fires and vehicle wrecks to widespread debris blocking roadways. And more storms, well, they are expected to move through that area today.
Well, it has certainly been an active stretch of weather here across the state of Texas, and that is going to continue through this evening. That is why we have issued a weather impact alert through 10 p.m. this evening with a strong to severe threat. Really, all modes of severe weather are possible, but primarily it's a large hail and a strong wind threat. So as we've been doing many days this week, just make sure you have a way to get your alerts. And obviously, we will be streaming all through this evening on KVUE+. So even once our newscast ends, if you want to keep up with the severe weather coverage, we'll be streaming all evening long. Nothing going on in Austin right now. In fact, the temperatures are pretty nice outside. It is 85, but you can see where this big cluster of storms is now drifting through Burnett County. And next up, this is going to be moving into western Williamson County and into northwestern portions of Travis County. And then in the pink, you can see all areas along and west of I-35 are under a severe thunderstorm watch that goes through 10 p.m. this evening. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning. Earlier, this had a destructive tag with it. Now it's been downgraded slightly to a considerable tag. But what that means is we just went from baseball size hail to now about golf ball size hail. This still is a very serious storm, which is crossing through the Burnett area right now. And then next up, it is going to be western Williamson and portions of northwestern Travis County. I put a storm track on this one heading into the Andice area about 533, Liberty Hill 536, Leander 550, Laga Vista 557, and potentially around the Cedar Park area around 6 o'clock. So again, guys, this is a big hail-producing storm. Make sure you take your hail precautions out ahead of this storm. And look, maybe the hail core will weaken. I certainly hope it does, and we just get some rain out of it. But for now, this is still a pretty significant hail core. And in Bertram, I want to give you a heads up. This is on track to impact you. This could head directly into town, producing golf ball size hail, maybe even a little bit larger at times. So golf ball size hail heading into Bertram, and what it could do is basically follow 29 down towards the general vicinity of Liberty Hill. So really, this is the only storm that we have right now, but this is going to impact a decent number of us here in our KVUE area. I kind of circled this area. This is the primary zone that I'm watching for storms over the next 1 to 2 hours. So obviously our existing storm into other portions of Williamson County, including along and east of I-35, northern Travis County, and then also Milam County. But outside of these areas, even though this is the higher storm chance, there still could be new development farther down to the south, or maybe these storms actually dive down a little bit farther to the south. So there's a broad brush level 2 out of 5, slight risk for severe weather. That does include all of the Austin metro and most of our KVUE area. So for tonight, we're going to say it's a 40% chance for storms. We'll drop down to 69, and of course, some of those storms could be severe. This is mainly an evening storm chance, so the vast majority of this prior to 9 or 10 o'clock. Here's tomorrow morning. We start off with just some low clouds. That as we go into the afternoon, it's going to be warmer tomorrow with highs in the 90s. And then our next storm chance is going to roll in for tomorrow night. Potential for another round of scattered to maybe even organized storms coming in tomorrow night into the beginning of Friday. On the 7-day forecast, we'll say a 40% tonight, mainly dry during the day tomorrow, up to a 40% tomorrow night. Then some drier, quieter weather moves in for this weekend, and we turn up the heat heading into next week.
Hunter, thank you. Well, the city of Austin is pumping the brakes on cutting hours at Barton Springs Pool. A city spokesperson tells us Austin city manager directed all departments to find ways to cut their spending by 1.5%. The Parks and Recreation
Along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties, I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong to severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium, and you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m. But then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m., but then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again, through 10 o'clock tonight, that's going to be the timeline we are going to be watching for those strong to severe storms. And we've already got one in northwest Burnett County that could be producing some destructive hail. So in those situations, you really need to make sure that you have a way to get the alerts, especially on the KVUE app. It's also where you can find your allergy count, where grass, weeds, oak, and hickory are all in the low and mold is in the medium. And you can find that each and every day on the aforementioned app. Now, we are going to get to the mid-90s for tomorrow, just a 10% chance of maybe an isolated storm on your Thursday. But then we do have a better storm chance on Friday out ahead of a front that'll cool us down to those mid to upper 80s for the last couple of days of May. But we kick off June on a toasty note as we head into your Sunday, getting to the mid-90s Sunday and Monday. May have a few scattered storms by the middle portion of next week.
Jordan.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and it has a destructive tag on it. This is for northwestern sections of Burnett County, just off to the north and east of Taos, and that's for this cell in San Saba County along that Colorado River between San Saba and Lampasas counties. I looked at this particular hail core estimate, and we're looking at hen egg sized hail. So that's around 3 inches in diameter, and that is right on its way right there over portions of northwestern Burnett County. And this could be very destructive hail. So you want to make sure that these cars are in the garage if you are in northwest Burnett County, and you need to do so immediately. That's the only game in town right now as far as the KVUE area is concerned. We do have a potential for some more of those storms later on this evening, especially since we have a severe thunderstorm watch for areas along and west of I-35, including the aforementioned Burnett County until 10 this evening. All modes of severe weather are possible, but that storm that we're tracking is going to be a very large hail producer. So damaging winds and hail are going to be the main threats. Could have some torrential downpours that could result in some minor flooding. But then again, we don't really expect much in terms of anything severe besides the current storm that is in place. However, we are issuing a weather impact alert day just to make sure nothing serious happens as well. Quick look outside. This is from the Kalahari Resorts and Conventions weather camera in Round Rock. We're looking at temperatures in the low to mid 80s area wide. We are at 86 recorded at Camp Mabry at this particular juncture. But as we continue to go hour by hour, looks like this is going to be ahead of the graph's prediction. The graph had this line making its way through at around 6 p.m., but then eventually an hour later, there it is as it makes its way into the Austin Metro and portions of Wilco, and then back towards southern sections of the Hill Country before emptying out of the coastal plains by the time we get to 9 and 10 p.m. We do expect to have a bit of a dry lull for your Thursday overall, with highs getting to around 90, maybe even a little bit hotter than that. But again,
all right, hello everybody, KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We are continuing our weather coverage here on KVUE Plus. We are tracking this big storm. It's basically just one lone storm, but it has been tracking through Burnett County, and now this is on approach to Williamson County and northwestern Travis County. This is a storm that really has gotten going at times earlier. It was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, meaning that it had hail of baseball size. Now it is weakened slightly, but still it's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, meaning that there could be hail up to golf ball size, maybe even larger in this storm. So let's go into storm tracking mode, and I'll show you exactly what is going on with this storm. So we'll zoom in here. Again, this has been over Burnett County. This is about to move into western Williamson County and into northwestern portions. Oh, we got a little feedback. Okay, looks like we've got that figured out. You can see that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, as we mentioned, that does go into northwestern Travis County. So let me give you the stats on this one. I believe they still have the considerable tag with it, and they do. That is because, as we mentioned, this is producing hail that could be golf ball size or larger. That is the type of hail that can do damage to vehicles and can be problematic. So make sure you're taking your hail precautions out ahead of this storm. Now let's zoom in real quick, and I'll show you the areas that are currently being impacted. It's just here on the east side of Burnett where the strongest part of this storm is. And it does have a little bit of that kind of hook look to it that we talk about when we're looking at a potential tornado threat. I don't have any indications that a tornado is happening right now, but just to tell you, it's a low tornado threat this evening, but it's not zero. So here it is, right along Highway 29, heading into Bertram, where you see these magenta, purple, brighter colors. That is where the hail core is located. We'll switch over to the hail product and we'll see what it's picking up on. Wow. I mean, so that is ramped up even more. It would not surprise me based on this trend, if this continues for another scan, if they upgrade this back to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Let me show you what I mean as we go into query some of those. Grapefruit size hail being detected now in the general vicinity of Bertram. So Liberty Hill, Leander, these sections of western Williamson County, make sure you are taking your hail precautions. Hopefully this thing weakens. You guys know that the storms, they pulse up, they pulse down. See, just updated grapefruit size hail. Hopefully it falls apart, but that's certainly not something that we can count on happening. So let me back out the view, and I want to do a storm track. Well, actually, as I'm looking at this, let's check in with the velocity and the wind products just to make sure that we don't have any rotation which is trying to form. And we don't. I mean, this is a supercell storm. There's obviously broad rotation involved in the storm, but I'm not seeing any immediate concern that's jumping off. Well, a little bit of light shear there on the south side of Bertram, so we're going to keep a close eye on that. Yeah, Jordan, what are you seeing?
Yes.
I don't have your mic by the way.
Let me turn my mic on real quick. I'm sorry.
Well, I can't control it over here, so just real quick, what are we looking at?
They actually have turned that into a destructive tag on the storm.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact.
Okay, so we've added now the destructive tag to this storm. So we are back now. This is the highest level of severe thunderstorm warning that can be issued by the National Weather Service. So it goes base severe thunderstorm warning, considerable, destructive. And we are back, unfortunately, to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with this cell, which is coming now into western Williamson and northwestern Travis County. A destructive storm is on approach. So let's do another storm track on this one. The movement is to the southeast at 30. So these are obviously approximate timings. It's not going to be perfect, but this will give us an idea. So going down at about 30, track it down this way. So here's a look at the approximate timings here into Smithwick, 538. Smithwick is going to be close. This might graze just north of you. Into Liberty Hill in the next 10 minutes by 546. Into Leander at 602. Into Whitestone at 610. Into Cedar Park by 613, into Lakeline Mall by 618, into Jollyville by 624, and if it holds together, this could be in the vicinity of the Round Rock area by 630. So for portions of the I-35 corridor, somewhere between the Austin Metro up to Georgetown, this will likely impact the I-35 corridor sometime between like 6:30 and 7 o'clock for this evening. So it's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning because of the hail size. I want to get set up here with the National Weather Service chat just to make sure we are keeping an eye on everything, and we'll leave up the times as we get everything set up. The system that we used to track the hail size was estimating that we had grapefruit size hail potential with this storm, which is going to be coming into southwestern Williamson and northwestern Travis County. All right, so I'm getting the Slack situation launched right now, and I'll punch this up for you. And as always, we appreciate everybody watching us here on KVUE Plus and our KVUE YouTube page. We are between newscasts right now, so while World News Tonight airs on ABC, on KVUE, we're here on KVUE Plus, and then what we're going to do is we're going to switch back over to ABC to KVUE, and we'll keep that in the stream as well. So this is what they were saying. Looks like the hail size is increasing again in the Burnett storm, increasing hail size in the warning back up to baseball size. baseball-size hail is what they are tracking. And by the way, we want everybody sheltered, but after the fact, if you guys can give us any hail reports, we always appreciate folks letting us know what they are seeing. And I'm looking through Twitter and everything, and I'm not seeing any reports at the moment. But baseball-size hail, that is the latest that they're tracking with this warning. I apologize, guys, just getting everything set up so that I can see the stream and all of that. And looks like we are good to go, and everything is all set up. Perfect. Okay, so let's go back into our hail tracker, and I want to show you how big the hail is. I mean, look at that. This is why it is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, because it has baseball-size hail potential right over Highway 29 or so. And remember that this can be a little bit displaced, but in the vicinity of Bertram and Oatmeal is where this baseball-size hail is currently located. Just to show you what the system is printing out here. Baseball-size hail. So now let's show folks who are out ahead of this. Liberty Hill, this could be close to you. And I want to switch back over to the regular radar just so we can see it. Anywhere in these purples and blacks, this is where the hail core is located. So it is just on the east side of Oatmeal and just south of Bertram is where the biggest hail is located. So Liberty Hill, this is going to be close. Liberty Hill, take your hail precautions now. And then stretching also down towards Leander. So here's Liberty Hill. Here's Leander. Potentially the Cedar Park area, if it holds together. These sections in northwest Travis, we'll see if it could dive down a little farther south, maybe closer to like the Laga Vista area. In Jonestown, all of these locations, you are currently included in this destructive severe thunderstorm warning. But I think right now the places I really want to watch this closely are Liberty Hill and Leander, and all of these areas along the Highway 29 corridor. We have baseball-size hail. Hey, Jordan, can you head into the newsroom and let them know about this and see if they want to do storm chaser or anything? Just let them know big hail, baseball-size hail is coming into Williamson County. I appreciate that. So let's back out the view, and I want to loop this just so you can see the way that this is moving. Again, the general motion is southeast, but sometimes it will be more of a right mover. Sometimes it'll go down to the south. So let's play this. Yeah, so Liberty Hill and Leander. Liberty Hill and Leander is where the massive hail core up to baseball size could be tracking. This is significant destructive hail up to baseball size that is going to be possible with this storm, up to baseball size. So let's pause it. And another thing that we can show you just to show you the intensity of the storm, the lightning. We have 261 lightning strikes just with this lone storm here over the past 15 minutes. And then I want to keep an eye on the Doppler winds too, just because you can see it's reaching down. It's got a little bit of that hook to it. I think by far the biggest concern right now with this storm is the hail potential, but we need to just keep an eye on it, make sure this thing doesn't try to produce a tornado. All right, so that's hail. Let's go back to Doppler winds. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too urgent right now. Just some light shear. So mainly, this is a hail event that is coming in. Just a massive hail core at its peak. Not everyone's going to get baseball-size hail, but at its peak, this is baseball-size hail, which is coming in to western Williamson County. We can keep an eye on some of our sky cams too. So let's see what we have pulled up here. So that's downtown Austin. I think we have downtown Austin in both of these here. I'm going to get you back to the radar, then I'm going to go over there and man the sky cams just so we can keep an eye on this. All right, so let's walk over here. And I'm going to see if we have a vantage point from any of our several sky cams. And what I'll do is we're going to go into a double box situation here. So let's do this, outer box, and we'll put router 1, so router 1, max 1. Perfect, we'll take that. So that is obviously Zach, which is not what we need to see. Let's switch over. I want to go to cam 20. All right, wow. So there's tower cam, and yeah, you can see a storm is approaching, no doubt about it. So that is the leading edge of the storm right there. So we're looking from Westlake Hills out to the northwest at this destructive storm. So that is tower cam. I'm looking at Oasis, and Oasis doesn't have a big vantage point of it, but we can look at cam 26. They good to go over there, Jordan?
I just talked to him. I'll see if we can get a reporter going over there.
Perfect. Do you still have Mike B on?
Yeah, I have Mike B on.
Okay, I might, do you want to get set up there on
right.
Max 2 real quick?
Yeah,
And I might
also-
toss this over to you here for a second so we can, just want to coordinate with everybody.
All right.
But here, real quick, I just want to show everybody the Kalahari cam. So obviously this is in Round Rock, but if we get pivoted back to the west, you can see the dark skies approaching with this destructive severe thunderstorm, which is heading in. This is producing hail up to baseball size. Hail up to baseball size is what they are tracking. So there's a look at that hail core again. It is coming now. It is about to be moving into Liberty Hill, so hail precautions in Liberty Hill between there and Oatmeal, the Highway 29 corridor, and points to the south, CFC Aviation Ranch, Liberty Hill High School, Dovecrest Street, Loop 322 or 332, County Road 279, Bill Burden Elementary School, Long Run, Highway 29, Church of Christ, Union Hall Church, Liberty Chapel, all of these areas. This is massive hail, which is coming in. All right, Jordan, how's you got your microphone on over there?
Yeah, the microphone's on.
All right, got that turned on, and let's see, you got Max 2 up. It might still be the radar loop here. We'll leave it on 1. You can take the radar loop off of there and put it on your system. All right, so I'll keep talking for a second while you handle that. Liberty Hill, though, baseball-size hail is coming in. Make sure you are hunkered down and you are taking those hail precautions. And look, what we might do if this continues to be destructive hail like this, we might just go straight up weather coverage for, do we have the, let's see, Max 1. Yeah, might just go straight up weather coverage for our newscast once we started at 6. So obviously we have World News, which is on ABC right now. But if this remains destructive like this, we might just take it and make sure everybody's aware of what is going on with the hail situation. All right, Jordan, you good to go over there?
Yeah, I'm almost ready. We're trying to figure out trying to get that radar set up here real quickly for you. Once it's ready, we got you.
Okay, well, your mic is.
Right there, about to cross into.
Hey, Jordan, real quick, I just want to give you a heads up. So the game plan, we're going to go, just since this is such an intense storm, we're going to go wall to wall here for it. So Jordan, you can stay set up there on 2. And y'all just bear with us here on KVUE Plus here for a second. We're in the process of getting set up to break in, and then we'll just continue our coverage, and obviously you guys will be able to continue watching it here on our end. So you're going to hear no audio for like 5-10 seconds, but we'll be back on in one moment. Check, check, check. Testing 1, 2, 3. And mic check 1, 2, 3. All right, hello everybody. KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We apologize for breaking into world news tonight, but we have a very intense storm producing hail up to baseball size and a storm that is showing some signs of rotation that is moving into parts of Williamson County and especially into the Liberty Hill and the Leander area. So let me show you exactly what is going on with this storm, and we'll zoom in. This has been causing issues over Burnett County. For a time, the hail core weakened a little bit, but unfortunately it has ramped right back up where this is baseball size hail. So I want to show you the details of this warning. This is not something that we see every day. This is the top of the line as far as severe thunderstorm warnings are concerned. It is the destructive tag for baseball size hail. Then I want to point out, you can see the storm. It's got the little hook, which is trying to reach down. I don't have immediate concerns that a tornado is on the ground, but we've got to watch that very closely. You can see there's enough evidence that the National Weather Service has included that tornado possible tag. So that's going to be something that we are watching incredibly closely. All right, let's get in with the hail tracker, and this is like what we did back a couple days ago. This is like top of the scale, just tremendous destructive hail. Let's zoom in, and when we punch up these numbers, I'm worried that we might be getting up over baseball size hail. This could be close to coming in right on the south side of Liberty Hill. This could be close to grapefruit size hail. So let's punch up the numbers here. See what our system is estimating. Grapefruit size hail, which is coming in Liberty Hill on the south side of Liberty Hill. This is over southwestern Williamson County. This is just a tremendous storm. We've had a lot of hailstorms the past couple of weeks, and unfortunately I think that this might be the biggest hail of any of these storms that we've had over the past couple of weeks. Now, we'll back out the view, and I want to do a storm track on where the hail core is going. So again, you can see Liberty Hill. You're being impacted right now, especially on the south and on the southwest side of town. But as we trace things downward for other areas that are going to be in the path, Leander, I want you to take this very seriously. You've got a little bit of time right now in Leander. Take your hail precautions. We have baseball to grapefruit size hail, which is moving southeast and is going to be very close to Leander if something doesn't change. In fact, we'll loop this just to see the trajectory of it. Yeah, I mean, you can see it. It's going southeast, and this is going to be very close to the 183 corridor, Leander, Cedar Park, Lakeline Mall. You're not included in a warning now, but just go ahead and start thinking about your hail precautions right now. I always like to tell people, is this hail that dings up cars? This absolutely is. This is the type of hail that can break through windshields, that can dent cars, maybe even the type of hail that can cause roof damage and issues with the windows on your house and all of that. So this is as serious as it gets as far as a hail-producing storm is concerned. And by the way, you guys keep an eye on the sky cams too. If anything major pops up on the sky cams, let us know. So main concern, destructive hail. Just to make sure we're covering all our bases, let's make sure we're watching with the Doppler winds, make sure nothing's trying to rotate. Not seeing anything that's jumping off the page right now. Well, shear detector's picking up on a little bit of light shear there. Again, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. So we don't have a tornado warning right now. This is mainly a massive hail threat, which is coming into Liberty Hill and into Leander and these areas in Williamson County. So it's going super close. And what I want to do is name out some streets where the hail core is basically moving over right now. So all the time, like last couple of days, I was saying, all right, when you see the magentas, the pinks, those brighter colors, that's where the large hail is forming. Well, this is the top of the scale. When you start to get into the blacks, that's where very large hail is forming. All right, so let's go in even closer. Let's try and pop up some of the roads here. And you can see we do have a neighborhood here where this hail is taking place. County Road 286, County Road 287. Here's the County Road 286 spur. And let's go down the line here. So County Road 285, as we keep going down to the east, County Road 284, and then we get into High River Ranch, County Road 284, still under the gun here as we keep moving. We're just going to keep sliding down. This is Spring Creek Drive, where we have destructive baseball size plus Creekside Circle, Lewis Road, Ivy Drive. All of these areas have destructive hail, which is falling as we speak. Again, the National Weather Service, they are estimating baseball, and our system is saying it might be even larger than that, maybe up to grapefruit size hail at certain points. So that is why we're on with you. I know this is not the usual time that we're on, but this is just a destructive storm, and it is moving into some populated areas. So I feel the need to make sure everybody has a heads up on this. And Leander, you are out ahead of this right now. I want to measure this out. We'll see how far away it is from the Leander area. So here we are. The ruler tool doesn't, there we go. So the storm right now is 8 miles west of Leander. So you don't have long. This is moving at 30 miles per hour. So this is going to be heading into the Leander area in this 183 corridor, very populated portion of Williamson County. And I'm not saying everybody here is going to get destructive hail, but this is just not the type of storm where you want to risk it. Again, if you've got a car that's not out, that's just sitting out in the driveway and you have a garage or someplace where you can get it protected, I advise taking that action right now. This is another very electric storm as well. Of course, when we look at the lightning strikes, that gives you an idea of how intense a storm is. This actually has come down a little bit. It's producing 88 lightning strikes right now. Another way that we can get a vantage point into this storm is we can actually take a cross section. These big hail producing storms, they're massive. They're very tall. These could be, there we go, take this cross section. So we're getting up 40,000 plus feet, 42, 43,000 feet. In some of these massive hailstorms could be up 50,000 plus feet, but you can see this is a massive storm which is coming into the Leander area right now. So on a warm spring day like this, it's in the 80s down at the ground, and there's the new warning. But as you go up tens of thousands of feet in the sky, obviously it's not 80 degrees up there. It is very cold, and that's where the ice and where the hail forms in the storm. Okay, so let's back out, and I want to give you the information on what is happening with this new warning. And I would imagine that this is going to be a new destructive warning. So let's zoom in to get positioned on that one. And this one is going to include additional portions of Travis County and also the Round Rock area. So here it is. It is another destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and it still has the tornado possible tag for Travis and Williamson counties until 7 p.m. I want to do a big storm track to give you a timeline. Let's make sure the speed hasn't changed. Mainly, this has been moving at about 30 miles per hour, so it's slowed slightly, southeast at 25. And real quick, before I do the track, I'll just read you what they're saying. It's pretty remarkable. This is a destructive storm for Liberty Hill. This is a destructive storm for Cedar Park, for Anderson Mill, and for Jollyville. A destructive storm. 3-inch hail is possible, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Other areas that could be impacted: Austin, Round Rock, Cedar Park, Georgetown, Pflugerville, Taylor. I mean, we're just getting into core parts of the Austin metro. They're saying 3-inch in diameter hail, destructive hail with this storm. All right, so let's back out the view and we'll do the storm track that we were talking about. All right, so let's back out, moving at 25. And by the way, this is the only storm that we are tracking right now. It just so happens to be moving through a very populated part of our KVUE areas. And this might end up being basically the only storm that we deal with, but it is quite the storm. So 25 will go down about like this, just to include more of Austin. All right, so here's a look at approximate timings. Again, this is not a guarantee. This is the second that rain is going to start, but it gives you an idea. So heading into Lago Vista now, with this is where the hook is located on the storm. Georgetown, 604, although the core of it might go south of Georgetown. Lakeline Mall, you're directly in the path, 614. Round Rock, 623. The Domain, 631. Austin Country Club, 632. 642 for the Barton Creek Square into central Austin by about 648 and into the Austin Executive Airport out towards Pflugerville at about 651. So that is a look at the approximate timings. Again, this is kind of a broad warning. I'm not saying everybody is going to get baseball size or larger hail, but some areas in here are. So especially here south of Liberty Hill, out around the Leander area, and then north of Lago Vista, that's where the core of the destructive hail is coming in. So let's go back into the hail tracker. So there it is. Let's zoom in now that we have an updated radar scan. And then, by the way, Jordan, keep an eye on the sky cams over there. Pick out one that looks the best and put that into router 1, and then we'll show that to everybody here in a second.
I'm looking at one right by the Oasis camera. I mean, this is a very interesting one. It looks like a bit of a rain shaft right there, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you guys Cam 23, that router 1 right there. It's over the Oasis weather camera, and it looks like it's pointed north. And I'll try and turn it a little bit to see if we can get more of it, but it looks like a very hefty rain shaft here. But
so there's Oasis.
Yep, that's the Oasis weather camera right there over Lake Travis. And I'm trying to turn it to the right a little bit, but of course you've got that building in the way there. But that's just another very interesting sight that we're seeing right now. Even our roof camera, camera 21, you may want to look at that off to the north and west. You would have to look off to the left, right on top of our roof, and it would kind of show us that hail core making its way closer to us. If you're looking at Cam 21, that's actually the camera that's on top of the roof, on top of our studio there. You see it right there. It's looking off to the north, and if you see off to the northwest, you see that dark area. That's that hail core we're tracking. And now we're starting to see a little bit. I know you've got it zoomed in there just off to the west of Leander. That's where a lot of that large hail is, right there along Ranch Road 2243, west and north Baghdad Road. It's right on that Wilco-Travis County line is where we're seeing a lot of where that largest hail is. Now that hail core looks like it's weakened a little bit, and that's good news, but still very hefty hail core that we're tracking. We're looking at Cam 22. It's pointed off to the north, and it's showing a good bit of that as well. So a lot of these cameras are giving us some very interesting looks on this.
Hey, real quick, too, so I got a report coming in here from Williamson County, FM 1869, 4 to 5 miles south of Liberty Hill. They're estimating plum-sized hail in that it is doing damage to vehicles. So let's head back over here to the radar maps at the wall, and I'll show you some of these areas. And by the way, so as I said, 3-inch in diameter hail. If you're trying to get a visualization, baseball-size hail is 2.75, softball is 4-inch. So we're somewhere potentially between baseball and softball-sized hail. We had those reports sent in of at least plum-sized hail as well. All right, so some roads here. Ranch Road 2243. Here's the center of Leander. San Gabriel Parkway. Here's Baghdad Road. This is the hail tracker, and then I want to go back over just to the reflectivity because, again, this can be a little bit displaced, but this is the most accurate way to look at it. If you're involved in where the pink color is coming in, that is where the strongest hail is, and it's over North Baghdad Road. It's over West San Gabriel Parkway, and this is coming into Leander, especially on the west and on the southwest side of town. So hopefully everybody in Leander, we gave you a little bit of a heads up here. Hopefully everybody is hunkered down because this is quite the hail core, which is moving into the Leander area. Again, we've got reports at least plum-size hail, and our system is saying the hail is probably larger than that. And that is why we have this destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is the top of the line with severe thunderstorm warnings. And then we continue to keep an eye on the Doppler winds just to make sure we don't have anything crazy trying to develop here with the circulation. And we have some broad spin in the storm, but nothing that has me imminently concerned for tornado on the ground out of respect for this storm. As we go back into the alert, you can see they did include that tornado possible tag. And I mean, you can see it. It just has a classic look, classic supercell. Here's the hail core, and this is where the hook reaches down. Here's where the inflow, that warm, humid air is flowing into the storm. But I don't have an immediate concern for a tornado down on the ground. I do have an immediate concern for destructive hail, which is coming into the Leander area. And this is going to track down close to that 183 corridor. So places like Cedar Park. Okay. So here we go. Yeah, this is a great way to visualize this. So y'all just, if you get any traffic cams, just punch them up. Don't even have to ask. So here's 183 at RM 620. So this is a little problematic with the timing too. Obviously, this is not the type of hailstorm that we want anybody just driving through. And I don't say that lightly. It's just that if you have baseball-sized hail and you're driving at 60 miles per hour, that easily can tear apart the windshield, and it's just dangerous. So if you know anybody that's going to be driving out right now, call them, give them a heads up. There's the new scan, so that hail core, here it is, where those magenta colors are coming in. Let's zoom back in with some of the areas that are being impacted. So it's right on the Travis-Williamson County line. All right, so here's Leander starting to get more so involved in the hail. Let's zoom in here on the west side of Leander. Again, that Ranch Road 2243 area. Here's County Road 279. I want to get some additional roads that I know a lot of folks know about. Treviso Parkway. Here's Crystal Falls Parkway, West New Hope Drive, Lakeline Boulevard. Then you get down into the Whitestone area. And again, this is 183. So from Whitestone, 183 up to Leander, this is coming in along or just west or southwest of the 183 corridor here, very populated part of Williamson County. So let's keep going down the line. I'm just going to warn you guys. So Walkerton, Cedar Park, here's Brushy Creek Road. This is Whitestone Boulevard. Here's South Lakeline Boulevard. And then again, we're just going down 183. Walkerton, Cedar Park, and then if it holds together, next up, Lakeline, Anderson Mill. These are going to be the areas. So all the spots that we just talked about. Here's Anderson Mill Road, then down to Jollyville. So Jollyville Road, Jollyville, Lakeline Mall, Whitestone, Cedar Park, Leander. Some very populated spots here along the 183 corridor. You're on track to have destructive hail, which is moving in. This is the only storm right now. So if you're wondering, like, okay, well, why are we only focusing on this one storm? It's the only one that we have right now. But again, it is quite the storm to be tracking. Let's go back over. I still want to give some visuals here with some of the sky cams. All right, so that is our Lake Travis camera from the Oasis. There's Zach Theater. Let's do, Jordan, can you put cam 20 in router 1 and then get that pan back northwest so that we can look at it, and then we'll keep an eye on it. So again, this is Lake Travis, so there it is. Then you can go over to the joystick and just kind of pan around so you can see this is the leading edge of the storm. Here's Lake Austin and the 360 bridge. Yeah, so look at this. This is what that mean looking storm is looking like as it comes in. And I'm keeping an eye on the base of the clouds. Again, there's that tornado possible tag. I think we're looking at rain shafts here. I'm not seeing anything that's hanging down from the storm that's screaming tornado. This is mainly destructive hail. But this is what that mean storm is looking like as it is rolling into Leander in those areas along the 183 corridor. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on that. All right, so let me take you back to the radar. Again, the reason we're with you, and it is now 6:06, so we normally would be at our newscast right now. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Travis and Williamson counties. It is producing hail that at times is upwards of baseball size. And it also has the tornado possible tag on it. And the rotation itself is just on the north side of Lake Travis. So we just looked from that vantage point. Actually, that's a good point. Let's go back to that real quick. Jordan, can you put a 23 in router 2 for me, please? 23 in router 2. Yeah, let's do. So there we go. So this is it. I mean, this is the area of the storm that's rotating, and these are just scud clouds. So this is where the lowering is coming down. I mean, we'll just watch this come across the north side of Lake Travis. Again, I don't have an imminent concern for a tornado, but you could see, broadly the storm is rotating, and that's why it has that tornado possible tag on it. It's just got those scary looking low-hanging clouds, so we'll keep an eye on that, make sure nothing tries to reach down. I know earlier today, actually in the Georgetown area, it wasn't a traditional supercell, but we had a few little funnels try to reach down from these storms. So these storms have been trying to produce some of these little funnels, so keep an eye on that, but that's what it looks like right now from the Oasis cam, which again is where the hook, this is exactly what we're looking at, that rotating part of the storm. So we're looking from here across the lake, so we had an excellent vantage point there. We'll keep an eye on it. Obviously, if anything tries to reach down, I think we'll be able to see it there. But primarily, It's hail. So we warned you in Leander. This is now coming in. This is along and west of the 183 corridor. So Lakeline Mall, Whitestone. Now the hail core is starting to move down south of Leander and then also into this portion of northwestern Travis County. So this is we'll zoom in here over this. This is in the Treviso area. Crystal Falls Golf Club. Here's Whitestone Elementary, North Lakeline Boulevard. This is where the Round Mountain Baptist Church is. Anywhere where you get these magenta colors into the black is where we have destructive hail. So I like to show the reflectivity because it's 100% current with what the radar is looking at right now. Remember our hail product, which does a great job, but it lags behind a little bit, but here it is, and that is ramped up again. All right, so let's go back over here. And I want to cross-reference too with the reflectivity to make sure we have the absolute most accurate information. Yeah, so this I think is where that hail could be located, and it's got it a little bit displaced, but it is still showing hail. I mean, this is probably going to be back into grapefruit size hail. So there it is, grapefruit size hail coming through the Leander area. Whitestone Boulevard, C.C. Mason Elementary School. There's the center of Whitestone. Cedar Park Events Center. So again, one more time, let's go down 183. So this is where the hail is. Cedar Park looks like this is starting to move in to your area. Twin Lake Park, and then Lakeline. It's beginning to start here. Lakeline into Anderson Mill. So we're still keeping an eye on our 183 traffic cams, and you guys feel free. We can just go up and down 183 if you guys want to replace that with any cameras. If you guys see any action, we'll just keep a close eye on that. So the 183 corridors where this hail core is coming down: Jollyville, Anderson Mill, Lakeline Mall, and then right now it is up in that vicinity of Leander and moving into portions of Cedar Park. It looks like we just got a new update to our hail tracker. Man, this is just a massive, massive hailstorm. All right, so if you know where this is, Whitestone, Crystal Falls Parkway, North Lakeline Boulevard, and this is the AC Bible Junior Memorial Stadium, Blockhouse Drive. This is where we have massive destructive hail, which could be up to grapefruit size. This is why we have that top end warning. This is not your just run of the mill, hey, maybe there's a little bit of quarter size hail in there and maybe it gets a little windy. This is not like this. This is a serious destructive hailstorm. Let's do another storm track though, and I want to go just on the hail core as this is moving southeast at 25. And by the way, for everybody watching us at home, obviously as this storm moves through, please continue to stay sheltered. But after the fact, if you guys can let us know what type of hail you are seeing, if you have any hail reports, that really helps us figure out what exactly is going on. All right, so let's, I want to back out the view one more time. Let's get in zoomed a little bit. Just want to set the stage so we have enough runway to do a storm track that's going to include all the areas that need to be included. All right, so there it is. We'll do a storm track. Again, this is going to be a little broad brush, but this is for the core of the hail. And man, it's possible if this holds together, this could be coming into now it's through some very populated parts of Williamson County. This could be coming into some very populated parts of Travis County too. All right, so Lakeline Mall, this is coming in. Steiner Ranch, 617. The Arboretum, 627. The Domain, 629. Again, broad brush. I'm not saying everybody here is going to get destructive hail, but you're in the vicinity of the storm and you're under the warning. Camp Mabry, 636. So the storm, if it holds together, guys, might get close to the KVUE area. We'll keep an eye on that in case we need to move some cars out in the parking lot. Sunset Valley, Montopolis, Bluff Springs, and then the airport if it holds together. So that is a look at where this dangerous storm is tracking. This is our tower cam. So this tower cam is located in Westlake Hills. The bridge that you see at the bottom right of that view, that is the 360 bridge, and we're looking back west. So that is the base of the storm. Jordan, head over to the joystick and pan over right a little bit, and just
I got it.
We'll go across the base of the cloud as we see the leading edge of this powerful thunderstorm moving through Williamson County, moving through parts of northwestern Travis County. Yeah, so this is just a pretty amazing vantage point of this storm. It's 40 to 50,000 feet high. It's producing a lot of lightning, very electric storms that we've been dealing with, and it's producing at times baseball size plus hail. So that is the leading edge of the storm that we are watching.
Yeah, and I'm seeing something near Lake Travis. Look at the Oasis camera. It looks like they're getting pounded with some heavy rain, and that could be a little bit of hail involved with that as well.
Yeah, so there it is. All right, so there's the rain, and yeah, we'll hang on to that for a second. We'll see if any hail starts to pop up there. So that's what it looks like as the storm moves in. And I'll show you here we'll stick with this for a second, but then when we come back over here, I'll show you exactly the part of the storm that we're looking at on the radar. So that's what it looks like perfect. So now let's zoom back in, and what we're looking at here is right down here where the hook part of the storm has reached down. So we're looking across Lake Travis, and this is where the rain has reached down. So it doesn't look like there's a ton of hail here in this immediate area. The bigger hail core is up north of that. But yeah, and then they've got the awning up too, so we'll see what the winds are doing there in that storm. It's mainly a hail threat, but there certainly could be some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds embedded within this storm also. Okay, so let's go back up. Lakeline Mall, heads up, your hailstorm is coming in, and this is center track, about to move into Lakeline Mall. I want to give you a quick view of this. Will be a great way to visualize it. We'll look at the hail history, and this is going to show us not where the current hail is, but this is what we call the hail path. Okay, so this is going to take a second to load as our system brings in some of this data. All right, so now we've got Joanna King, who I know is in the Leander area, always sends us videos, and that looks like, I'm trying to see here, that looks like mainly small hail. So that would be good if maybe it's a lot of very small hail rather than some very big hailstones, but that is what it looks like in the Leander area, which, again, it just depends. I don't know exactly which part of town she lives in. Quickly gets better on the eastern side of Leander, then quickly gets much more destructive on the west and southwest side of Leander. All right, so here it is. As I mentioned, this shows you the trajectory of the hail core. This is where it came through from Burnett, really ramped up. All right, our system is detecting some rotation. That'll be what we inspect next. But the hail path came down right there. I'll turn that off so it's not distracting, then we'll go check it out. Where the hail core came down. So there's another one of our, so that's Lakeline Mall, and this is going to be a good one that we'll continue to monitor as this is exactly where the destructive hail is about to move in. And man, you know, it's 6:15. I mean, I get it. You go to work, you got to get home, but I would say it's worth it if you are directly in the path of this storm. Chill out at work for a little while. This is just not the type of storm that you want to be driving in, producing destructive hail. Okay, so let's zoom back in. I just think this is a great way to visualize it, and you can see where this will potentially track next. Into Jollyville, into Cedar Park, and then maybe getting closer to the Domain and like the Arboretum area. Again, if you've driven 183, I'm sure most of you have, it's basically just going down 183. So all those communities are going to be the spots. All right, so, well, we're going to see it in person. So that's what it looks like. There's our storm chaser, which is out on 183 driving north. So we'll be careful. Again, this is going to get into some pretty big time hail, and you can see folks are on the road, but we will have a live view of this as we get closer to the storm. So it looks like we're passing the Porsche dealership in the area where like the Whole Foods is, and we're going to head out past Jollyville, and we're going to work out towards Cedar Park, and we're going to have a view of this thing. Again, guys, if you guys can hear me, I don't know who's in the storm chaser, just be careful. Again, this is the type of storm that you want to take seriously, and look at that. You can see that shelf cloud off in the distance. That's the leading edge, the rain-cooled air, the wind with the storm, which is being pushed out, and then behind it, you get into the heavy rain, and you get into where the hail is located. So that's the storm that we need to keep a very close eye on. All right, so we have a visual. You guys just pop that back up as soon as anything starts to develop there. I want to come back to the radar real quick. So you saw our system was showing that little swirl that popped up that's saying, hey, this thing is starting to rotate a little bit. So this still is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. It is not a tornado warning, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. Let's make sure Doppler winds aren't showing anything. All right, so there we go too. We've got multiple views. Storm chaser, which is heading up towards the storm. Then that's 183 right at Lakeline Mall where the storm is starting to move in. I'm just inspecting here on rotation. This is still looking relatively light, so no imminent concern, but Our system is just picking up on, it's a big supercell storm. The mesocyclone obviously is rotating, but we don't have anything that is reaching down immediately. Another viewpoint, I'm just looking off in the corner here. Let's take tower cam real quick too, just to give folks another visualization of what this is doing. In fact, I'll pull it up real quick and we'll have that in this third box. So this is tower cam. So this is where there's a little bit of a lowering out here. Again, there's clearance, nothing on the ground, but we'll keep an eye on that. But this is what the leading edge of the storm looks like as this is now, eventually this is going to impact southwestern Williamson. Then next up, this is going to be heading directly into northern Travis County. Okay, so let's go back into the radar and let's focus in on hail. Actually, I want to see if there's any reports real quick, if the National Weather Service is. Okay, so we are getting some reports. Cedar Park, 183 quarter size hail. Hey, I mean, if we keep these quarter size, that'd be fantastic. Here's one. So this was from near the Bertram area, so this was a different lifespan of the storm, but it was showing pretty sizable hail that was about 2.5 inches in diameter. And the report that we had earlier at about 6:08 was that in the Liberty Hill area, there was plum-sized hail. So that's the type of hail that we are looking at with this storm. And we can just keep up the triple boxes here so that everybody can see exactly what we are looking at. And let's zoom back in and track street level where the hail is. All right, so here it is where you get into the magentas and the blacks. So here's Cedar Park, and here's Lakeline Mall. So that Lakeline Mall camera, we're about to get into the thick of things here in the next 5 minutes or so, as this is going to track down, assuming this hail core holds together. And then where we see these blacks showing up, that's going to be the biggest hail size right now, which is going to be right at the Christ Episcopal Church, North Lakeline Boulevard in the Whitestone area. Jordan, what are you seeing over there?
Yeah, I am looking at the actual hail core, and it looks like the size, according to the radar estimate, has gone down a little bit, which is good news. It is still showing maximum golf ball size hail right on top of Cedar Park. So I'm looking street level at that, and we're looking at just north of Little Elm Trail, right there along Cypress Creek Road. That's close to Laga Vista High School. We're looking at Buttercup Creek Boulevard as well. Brushy Creek Road, actually just off to the south there, and we just got another scan here on Max 2, and it's showing even more weakening. But now we're starting to see a new hail core pop up, and it looks like it's just off to the northeast of Hope House School, just northeast of Spicewood Springs Road, just south of the Jollyville area. This is in northwest Travis County now, so some of that hail is now starting to spread out a little bit, and now we're starting to see portions of northwest Travis County. Looks like just west of the Domain, just west of 183 is where we're seeing more of that hail as well. So a lot of this, it's starting to looks like it's starting to weaken, which is good news, but at the same time, it's making its way into more of a densely populated area as it had over the past 45 or so minutes as this storm made its way into Cedar Park originally. And again, we're going to continue to watch this because these storms love to pulse up again. So we're going to really watch it closely, especially once it makes it past Austin. That would mean issues possibly for the airport, Bluff Springs, probably Sunset Valley. It's not in the warning right now, but depending on the lifespan of this storm, it could be. So we're going to really watch it closely for you guys along and east of the I-35 corridor in Travis County. But again, the hail core right now looks like it's weakening. That's really good news, but still, we don't want to take any chances with this at all.
Yeah. I'm just looking through my social media here, and I'm seeing a lot of, quarter to golf ball size hail. And I don't know that these are all areas that we're in where the biggest hail was, but I agree. Hopefully this continues to trend downward. There's certainly still hail in here that is every bit of, quarter size or larger. All right, so Storm Chaser found the storm. So there it is. That is what it looks like. We're driving out 183. And then 2, hey, Jordan, on the tower cam, see if you can pan back left a little bit too. We're going to see that rain shaft reaching in. But that is what it looks like on 183. And we're out there just trying to give you a visual so that you know what it looks like. This is just torrential rain. So look there on the bottom. So there's the rain shaft, which is coming in. I mean, this was pretty incredible. We have some excellent vantage points of this storm, but that is the situation on 183. Left the station, got on, we're here off Mopac, got on 183. I would imagine we're closer to like the Jollyville type area. And I don't know if we have anybody in the storm chaser, if they want to give us a report or if it's just a photographer, but okay, so it's just Fabian, our photographer out there, and understandably some of the signal issues out there now that they're in the thick of things with the storm. But here is the latest storm track. And okay, so obviously KVUE here, we might be in the path of this thing too. So let's go back over here to reflectivity and let's zoom in again. And I'm hopeful. I don't see this thing producing no hail anytime soon, but it would just be great if we could get down to like quarter size hail and not have, the destructive 2-inch plus type hail. But here it is in that lakeline area. In the magenta colors where the biggest hailstones are. So this is South Lakeline Boulevard, Cedar Park, Lakeline Mall, Whitestone Boulevard, Anderson Mill Road. Obviously, a lot of our viewers here live in this area, Brushy Creek Road. So there's an update. Looks like maybe it continues to pulse down, and that would be fantastic. All right, so it's looking slightly less destructive. Still certainly hail in there, but heavy rain, pockets of hail around Jollyville Road, Lane Creek Parkway, Lakeline Mall. And then also, so here's Parmer in the McNeil area, McNeil High School, Parmer, running out towards like the Brushy Creek area. These are all the areas that are now seeing the storm move in. To me, I want to back out the view and I want to get a full vantage point before I say this. Yeah. To me, this is not producing the same type of massive, massive hail now that it was 15 to 20 minutes ago. But it is still certainly producing hail, which is now approaching many sections of northern Travis County. Our system, let's see what it's estimating here. I would imagine this is going to be golf ball size. So our system is saying we have golf ball size hail. And so this was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. They still have the destructive tag with it, and they also still have the tornado possible tag on it. The area that is reached down now is is now very close to, it's actually basically right over where like our tower cam is. Let's punch that up real quick. Can we put that one back in the box real quick just to show tower cam? In fact, I might be able to punch that up. Yeah, so there it is. I mean, look, you've got little clouds like this reaching down. I mean, honestly, this might be exactly what we're looking at here. Let me try to clear that out. So that is, I bet that's it. I mean, yeah, look right.
That does look like it's it, heading right toward the Westlake Hills Tower camera. Yeah,
so that's the area that is rotating, and I'm happy to say it's not on the ground here. Jordan, pan right with it. Let's follow.
Pan right with it. You've got it.
So you can see where the rain is, and this might be the part of the storm that's trying to reach down a little bit. Yeah. So there's good. We can stop right there. That looks good. Yeah. So we've got and here's where the other tower is located. And obviously we're about to get into the rain, and now it's starting to get more obscured. But I think that may have been the part of the storm that was rotating, and that's why there's the tornado possible tag there. I always have to just watch those things. All right. So. Fortunately, I think we would have seen if something was on the ground there. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. It is not a tornado warning, but it does have this little hook, which is reached down from time to time. Okay, back into Hail Tracker. Let's see what this is looking like. And again, guys, I think this is displaced a little bit. So if you go back and forth with the reflectivity, this is where the hail core is, and it's out a little bit ahead. So as we switch to where the system is a little bit ahead, but I think this is where the hail is going to be going. So let's zoom in, and I'll give you some of those streets and locations here as we get into around the domain. Here's where we are. I mean, I guess we can walk outside, see what's happening. Keep an eye on the roof cam, because this is going to be heading in close to the KVUE area here soon. Yep. Mopac, this is where you can split off, go to 183 or drive up to the domain, 360. And this is the area where the hail is going to be coming in, and our system is still, I mean, even though maybe it's showing some signs of weakening, Our system is still showing, I mean, it looks like it pulsed back up maybe a little bit, showing signs of up to billiard ball size hail that could be moving into some of these sections now of northern Travis County, out around the Arboretum area, that 183 corridor, Jollyville, those sections of far northern Travis. Yeah, Jordan, what you got over there?
Yeah, we actually are getting messages about this now. A viewer had called and said marble to golf ball sized hail was falling near Cypress Creek Road and Lakeline Boulevard. This was about 10 minutes ago. And we started to see that hail core. Yeah, it was a little displaced, as Hunter mentioned, but also at the same time, it started to look like it was pulsing up again. So like what I just talked about, these storms love to pulse up again. So that's why I said, don't let your guard down quite yet when this thing weakened, because we knew there was going to be another hail core that was going to pop up, and sure enough, it has. And it looks like it's right along 360, just south of the Arboretum, although it is displaced. And yeah, it's starting to really pulse up now as it gets closer to where we are, as a matter of fact, as well as just off to the west of the Arboretum. Going to look at this hail core, and we're looking at about baseball-sized hail being radar estimated right there west of the Arboretum, getting close to that 360 overlook, and then near Hill Elementary School, Spicewood Springs Road, just off to the west of our studio. So definitely we're going to be watching this, because this is now getting into very populated areas of Travis County, in addition to Wilco, just southwest of the Domain near Q2 Stadium. They've got the game. I know Austin FC is playing tonight. Good chance they might be starting late as a result of this, but absolutely something we're going to be watching, especially as you get closer. So really, from Steck Avenue southward, if you're along Mopac, I would wait at work right now, because that's definitely a very large hail core that could be making its way closer to Mopac right there along Mesa Drive here in the next few minutes.
Hey, and I want to give folks kind of a big picture update too, because I'm noticing a few interesting things. So number one, Bastrop County, you were not previously in the severe thunderstorm watch, but based on this storm, which is on track to impact Bastrop County down the line, you have been added. So heads up, Bastrop, I know maybe your phone didn't go off earlier for the severe threat, but this storm is on track to impact you. And this would be, an hour or more from now, but it is on track to impact you down the line. So your severe threat has gone up in Bastrop County. The other thing, new storms have developed out here over the far northern hill country. So we'll have to keep an eye on these ones over the next couple of hours. You can see there is a severe thunderstorm warning with that, where maybe Llano County gets involved, and this could re-involve parts of Llano, Burnett, Blanco counties. So the severe thunderstorm watch goes until 10. This has been so far really the only storm that we've been tracking, but that's not to say that additional storms couldn't develop at some point later on this evening. Okay, so look, so there's people are sheltering, and this is where it just gets dangerous on the roads. People are sheltering now under the overpasses. Do you guys hear that?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can pick that up on my mic. We are getting hail here at KVUE, and I know we've got a camera out there, so if you guys see anything, if we have a way to show that, just let us know. And Jordan, you can go check it out and then report back on what you are seeing. So we are getting hail here at KVUE now. Hopefully my car's doing all right. Didn't have time to move that one. All right, but we are getting hail here at KVUE, so that's what it looks like out in the parking lot. Hey, take that full for a second. So that's what it looks like here. We are on Mopac at Steck Avenue. Then you can see on our storm chaser, folks are sheltering under the overpass.
Whoa.
And it's not necessarily what we recommend to do, just because it creates a dangerous travel situation, but that is what's going on right now. You guys can hear that. All right, back in here, and we can zoom in. Areas that are getting the I've been here during hailstorms before, and I've heard it on the roof. This is big. This is big hail, which is coming into north central Austin right now. Yeah, so here it is. All right, let's go street level, and I want to warn folks out ahead of this.
Oh, my.
All right, so here's 360.
Say what?
Wow, oh man, it pulsed back up again. All right, this is what we're dealing with. Man, so look at this. This is ramped up. This is going to be producing, I would say we could be getting up close to baseball-size hail again, which is coming into Spicewood Springs Road, Mesa Drive, and here at KVUE. Man, this is what we're getting. We're getting that core of where the hail is coming in right now. All right, so in the Arboretum area into around like Anderson High School, this is where the hail is right now. Here's the St. Louis School, the Texas Surgery Center, and this is Mopac, right? All right, so let's back out the view. All right, so we're zooming in on it now. That doesn't... Jordan will come back in and tell us what the size looks like. Maybe that's quarter-size hail. I would say it's going to be getting even larger. All right, so this is going to cross down Mopac, so Camp Mabry, and then eventually getting into like northern sections of downtown Austin. So that's what our tower cam looks like right now, as we have destructive hail and we have strong winds, which is moving in. So this is on the roof of the building. This is outside at KVUE right now. I'm trying to get a view of that. That looks like maybe quarter to golf ball, just trying to eyeball that quarter to golf ball size hail. And it might be going to get even larger than that. So look, we have an excellent visual of how exactly this hailstorm is producing right now. And it is coming right here through where our KVUE studios are located. All right, let's go back in and let's go street level again. By the way, if anybody knows the windshield guy, let me know. All right, so here is, let's go street level where the biggest hail is being detected right now. All right, so the Barrow Preserve First Presbyterian Church, then this is going to be Spicewood Springs Road, where the biggest hail is now. And we'll do the same thing that we did with the 183 corridor. We're going to go down the path. All right, so this is going to come down Mopac, and it may eventually cross over on the east side of Mopac. So around the Reed School, this is Green Lawn Parkway, again, the Texas Surgery Center. All right, we'll keep going. Down towards Lamar Middle School. This is Burnett Road, which runs north-south and parallels Mopac. Mopac corridor, Burnett Road corridor. This is the Northwest Recreation Center. And this is going to head into like the north side of downtown. So all these areas that we're calling out. Yeah, Jordan, real quick. So what's the hail size looking like out there?
Outside, I just took a video and posted it on X, J. Darrensburg WX, but it looked like the beginnings of it, but it looked like some pretty strong hail, and you could hear it outside. It might even be louder than that, based on the sound of things that are going on right now. But it's not just strong, large, it's not just hail, it's not just a heavy rain, but you've got what looks like strong winds as well.
Look at that. I think this could easily be 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. All right, we're taking a power hit. Here at KVUE, we're going to stay with you. Our system might take a second to reboot. So we're going to stay with you here. We are taking a power hit here in north central Austin. All right, things are booting back up. All right, so hopefully you're still with us. Took a power hit here at KVUE. We are getting 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, and we are getting large hail that is coming through right now. So hopefully we're back on air. Computer popped back up, and I think hopefully you guys should still be able to see us, but that is the type of situation. My monitor over here turned off. Let me see if I can turn that back on. All right, so we got our confidence monitor turned back on. So presumably we've got folks losing power here across north central Austin. All right, let's see if our system still works. We'll see. It might be with the power hit. It might not be happy with us. All right. I want to zoom in now because we've got a radar update. So coming in here over KVUE, here's a closer look. All right, so Shoal Creek Boulevard, Burnett Road, North Lamar Boulevard, and this is 183. So it's following along the 183 corridor. This is where Mopac comes up north, and this is where the intersection is with 183. The hail right now is at the intersection of Mopac and 183. All right, so there's the view outside, and just judging by the volume of the hailstones hitting the ceiling here, I would say the hail is starting to trail off here at KVUE, which means that we're about to get a new radar scan, and this is going to jump forward. All right, so North Lamar Boulevard, and then this is going to come down towards the I-35 corridor next up. All right, so there's a look again at the KVUE parking lot too, and they're zooming in, trying to give you a vantage point. It looks like less hail. Looks like less hail right now. which is excellent news. Keep an eye on those sky cams too, Jordan. Let's take put Zach Theater in router 1, because Zach Theater's got a great vantage point looking up north at the storm coming in. And here soon we should get a new severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service, because you can see quickly this is going to be outrunning the existing warning as it moves southeast at 25 miles per hour. This warning goes until 7 p.m. All right, so we've got that pulled up. I'm going to show it to you real quick. All right, so this is our Zach Theater camera. So look at that. Here, I'll pull down the, see if I can get this to disappear. It's going to stay up. Anyways, you can see we've got, this is where the wind and the hail is coming across and is coming into now portions of downtown Austin. And hey, Jordan, follow this feature right here. Let's follow that. Let's pan right. We're going to run into this building.
Yeah, I'm trying to give it a second.
Yeah.
It's because of the rebooting and everything that just
So
happened.
we're rebooting here, but that, you know, this little feature has my attention. A little bit of low-hanging clouds there. Again, we do still have that tornado possible tag with our warning. Primarily, this is a hail threat, but we just saw a little lowering go across the screen there. All right, so we'll keep an eye on all of our sky cams. Again, we apologize, guys. We took a big power hit here at KVUE. We had a direct hit from the storm, and some of our equipment is not working at optimal speed. Real quick, so I mean, that's what we saw. That's amazing. These things have been passing right over.
All right, I'm able to move it now.
Our sky cams. All right, so we're moving it now. Do you see anything, or are we just completely?
It looks like we still got a little bit of that scud coming down right there just east of downtown.
Yeah, it does look like mainly scud, but I mean, this is what we looked at that came across the north side of downtown. Let's make sure. All right, so here's the velocity again. It's been fantastic. These have just come right through our sky cam, so we've been able to see them. All right, so there it is in downtown Austin right now. Rotation detector, yeah, picking up on some light rotation, but not enough that we think that anything could be on the ground. Let's go back into our hail tracker here. All right, and then, by the way, here's our new warning.
Yep.
I told you we're about due for a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And this is going to be it, so I'll get you the information on this new warning. And this one is going to get us into Bastrop County. All right, so Bastrop, Caldwell, Travis County, a destructive severe thunderstorm with the tornado possible tag is included. Let me make sure they haven't changed the speed, and then y'all know the drill. We'll do another storm track on this one. All right, so they are saying severe thunderstorm was located near Austin, moving southeast at 35. It's picked up speed a little bit. This is a destructive storm for Austin, Cedar Creek, and Wildwood. Baseball-size hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So Austin, Pflugerville, Elgin, Bastrop, out around the airport, Windermere, Manor, Westlake Hills, Rollingwood, Mustang Ridge, Page, Camp Swift. These are areas that are going to be impacted by this storm. All right, so we're going at, I already forgot the speed of it here. It's going at 35, I believe. Yeah, 35 miles per hour. So let's do another storm track here. And look at those ripping winds in downtown Austin. So that is what it looks like. That's obviously up on one of those downtown skyscrapers. Here's a look at the storm track. All right, so we've picked up speed. We're going at 35. I'm going to lift this north to include Bastrop. So there we go. Manor, this is coming in towards you out around the airport in Del Valley at about 648. Coda, 655. Cedar Creek, 708. Phelan, 715. Bastrop, 719. Clearview, 723. Upton, 731. Rosanke, 636. I want to go back over to the hail tracker because this thing, yeah, I mean, it's just massive. And it's directly over central portions of the Austin Metro. So here's a look at it. Wow. So this is crossing over I-35 right now, is where the hail is. And our system is still going to be estimating that this could be grapefruit. Let's see what it punches up. Yeah, grapefruit-size hail. Baseball to grapefruit-size hail crossing over I-35 right now. So any of these areas in East Austin, and then this is going to track down. Let me back out the view. We'll trace this down. This is going to track down towards Montopolis. This is going to eventually head down towards Del Valley and the airport. Jordan, did you say you had a report there?
Yeah, we did get a couple of reports according to the office, the National Weather Service office. Steck and Mopac recording 5/8 of an inch of hail so far. Travis County Airs said that 5.82 inches of rain per hour near Shoal Creek Boulevard near Foster. And there's also been reports of dime-size hail reported between 183 and Burnett Road. So right now, we're lucking out with some smaller hail, but at the same time, definitely want to watch this because these hail cores are showing much larger hail according to the latest radar estimates. And also, we might need to reach out to the airport. There might be a ground stop because of this. We need to look at it very, very closely because that's a very large hail core that might miss the airport, but still we could have some very heavy rainfall and some strong winds associated with it.
Hey, I want to show you guys something pretty amazing here. So this is the hail tracker. And when you talk about a long track destructive hailstorm, this is what we mean. This is a 40-mile stretch of destructive hail, which goes from the Burnett-Williamson County line out around Liberty Hill, went right down 183, Leander, Whitestone, Cedar Park, into north central Austin, passed over us here on Steck Avenue at Mopac. Now it's crossing over I-35. We have had 40 miles just about consecutive of destructive hail. At times it's been up to baseball size, and that is still what we are seeing coming through on the north and on the east side of Austin. So again, guys, you can just see the way that this is tracking here. We'll move it. This is just the best way to visualize, and we'll clear off this arrow real quick. This is exactly where it's going to go down here. So this is going to just follow the same track down that way. This is where the hail core is going to go. So let me zoom in. And here, we'll select this one to zoom in. It's going to head down here very close to the airport. As Jordan was saying, a ground stop might be imminent there. Weberville, here's the 71 corridor from Mustang Ridge up to Weberville. Here, yeah, Montopolis, Del Valle. You guys are directly in the path of this destructive hail, which is tracked over or just north of downtown. The hail core is crossing over I-35, and now it is, so here's the Colorado River, so out around like the Longhorn Dam, and then this is going to cross over the Colorado River too. And next up, guys, this is going to go into, and this is from, so that should be Shoal Creek, right? So this is from our station, so that is Shoal Creek, where you can see the waters are quickly rising. Okay, so hail's the main concern. Everybody, let me show you a big picture, then I want to do a breakdown of what's going to happen with the flooding. Man, that is still just a massive hail core. All right. So this is the warning, guys. If you live in Cedar Creek or in Bastrop or any part of southeastern Travis County, hail precautions continue. You guys have seen it here on KVUE. This is as destructive as it gets as far as hail is concerned. But let's switch over to the rain. And we'll see where these rainfall rates have just been so prolific. And when we're talking about flooding on Shoal Creek, which is what you were just looking at, KVUE here in north central Austin into like the Allendale area, that is a good indicator for how high Shoal Creek will go because we're in that watershed. So you can see the waters rising. So we might have an increasing flood situation. Shoal Creek obviously is flood prone when we get these really heavy, even quick rain events. But just a heads up, obviously that rolls down, goes down Shoal Creek Boulevard, down to North Lamar, and then obviously that eventually dumps into Lady Bird Lake. But a heads up, if you are in a spot where typically when Shoal Creek goes up, you experience issues, heads up there because we are seeing quickly rising waters. But I'll just punch up some of the radar estimated rainfall totals here. All right, 1.2, and obviously this lags behind a little bit. But it was just so heavy rain so quick. Those rainfall rates had to be several inches of rain per hour. So again, we'll just keep an eye on that. Obviously, this is running right by the station, so we will know if anything changes with that. All right, let's go back to the regular reflectivity on the radar, and let's focus back in on where the hail is located. I mean, look at that. That is a massive hail core. Okay, let's go in. We'll zoom in street level for where the hail is, and then we'll go to where it's going. So this is I-35, downtown Austin, I-35. It's coming into East Austin now. So Montopolis, you're in the path of this. That might be getting covered up by the crawl here. So Montopolis, you're in the path of this. This is 183. And then Del Valle, you are in the path of this too. So Montopolis, Del Valle, you have destructive baseball-size hail or larger, which is coming in. Baseball-size hail or larger, which is coming in. It's crossing over I-35 over the north part of downtown Austin right now. Yep, Jordan?
Yeah, I'm reading a tweet from AFD, the Austin Fire Department. They're responding to a possible water rescue at 3224-3450 Steck Avenue, so very close to KVUE.
Yeah.
Caller stating that she is stuck in the water and cannot get out of her car. So, yeah, Shoal Creek already causing issues. It looks like it might be that underpass right there under that railroad track just west of the KVUE studio.
Yeah,
so,
down the street from here.
Yeah.
I mean, if we need to send somebody to go help out there, might be able to do that. So, again, you can see what the system is estimating. As I've been talking about, I'm trying to be as accurate, like down to the street as I can. All right, and there's the rotation detector popping back up. So we'll inspect that next. The hail tracker, it's displaced slightly, so it's a little bit out ahead, but you know what that's working out for us because it's telling us the areas that are next up to get the hail. So this yellow gold color, that is still grapefruit size hail. And then there's another smaller hail core down here between Austin and Montopolis that is also grapefruit size hail. So we have 2 pockets of grapefruit size hail, which are just right over the core of the Austin Metro. And next up, Del Valley, Montopolis, East Austin, all of those communities, destructive hailstorm is heading your way. I haven't checked in with the lightning in a minute. We'll see what the lightning is doing. Number of strike, well, we don't have the whole storm in the picture. All right, so whenever I start to see that thing, it makes me a little worried here. All right, let's back out the view. That's spinning.
All right.
Could you say that again? Okay, so we're getting reports now. We have 19,000 without power in Austin. We took a substantial power hit here at KVUE. We have backup generators and everything, so I don't know what the rest of the neighborhood is dealing with, but I would expect that number to continue to increase. We have destructive hail, and then as we saw here at KVUE when this moved through easily, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And we have some broad rotation in this storm. Let's go back and forth. So I'll just show you. So we've got the hook, which is reaching down there. And then as we go back to Doppler winds, watch right there. I mean, not seeing anything super imminent, but we are picking up on some light shear. So just out of an abundance of caution, I'll show you where the rotation is right now. It's right over the Colorado River. So here's Montopolis. That's the end of Lady Bird Lake. That's Longhorn Dam. And the light rotation is over East Austin, right over the river. So Eastside Memorial High School, you're looking at Zach Theater camera. These areas out here along the river in East Austin, just make sure you're aware. Obviously, we want everybody hunkered down because of the hail threat either way, but just make sure you're hunkered down. There is some rotation that's being detected there also. Okay. So I want to do kind of a big picture reset here. This is still massive destructive hail, which is approaching now the 183 corridor again. So continue your hail precautions. But outside of this, what else is going on? This is the only storm that we have in our KVUE area. It is a heck of a storm to have going on, but it is the only storm. However, it might not necessarily stay that way because this is going to be one that we also need to keep an eye on. Let's see what's going on with this warning. All right, it's going to prioritize the destructive tag warning. This is a storm which is going into San Saba County, which could be an issue for Llano down the line if it holds together. Let's see if they have any tags on this one. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And this one, yeah, looks like it's producing golf ball size plus hail. I want to do a storm track on that one real quick, just to give you a heads up in northern Llano County. Let me get the speed of that one. 2-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. It's moving southeast at 30. All right, so we'll do a tracker on this. So southeast at 30. So in the next hour on this current track, it is going to head into northern Llano County. And hopefully this one does not become a repeat of what just tracked through the Austin Metro. Hopefully it doesn't, but it could. All right, we just took another, all right, we got another power hit here at KVUE. We'll stay with you. Generator's going to pop back on, and we should be back up and operational here soon. All right, so we took a power hit here at KVUE. Now let's go back. My confidence monitor is not on. Let's see if this will pop back on. So still some power issues at last report. There were 19,000 without power in Travis County. I almost guarantee you that number will go up. Okay, so that's what's going on in Llano. Let's get back focused in on what is happening over Austin right now. A major destructive hailstorm. Here's the update to our hail tracker, which again is running a little bit ahead of schedule, but it's coming in north of the airport and heading towards Garfield, and very close to Del Valley right now. Oh, my confidence monitor's back. So this is where the hail core is. Hand tracker is going to take a second to load like it did last time. But that is where the hail core is. Maybe looking slightly less on this latest scan. Not seeing any yellow, but still hen egg size hail is going to be a possibility. Hey, Jordan,
Yes.
I'm going to pull up tower cam 2.
All right.
Can you pan that back right? So now it's cleared out.
Okay. I got you.
So let me show you this. That's Zach. That's Oasis. I mean, it's literally full-on sunshine right now. And then when you get a chance, put tower cam in router 2 when you get a chance. Thank you for doing that. But I mean, it's cleared right back to sunshine in northwestern Travis County.
Yep.
But still, big sense of urgency here from Del Valley into Garfield into Weberville. And then can you put it in router 2 also?
Router 2, you've got it.
Well, look at that rainbow.
Yep.
Is that a rainbow that hit the tower?
That is.
Is there a pot of gold on that tower? Got struck
I
by
don't
lightning, and
know.
now there's a rainbow going right towards it.
We all could use a pot of gold, and we could turn that in and turn it into cash. I'm just kidding. But anyways.
Well, yeah, look, that's the scene from our tower cam in the wake of this storm, rainbow popping up over downtown Austin. All right, so next up, guys, as this will continue moving through East Austin, next up, this is going to be a Bastrop County storm. This is going to head towards places like Cedar Creek. This is going to head towards places like Bastrop. The worst of this storm, if you live in Elgin, is probably going to pass just south of you. We'll do another storm track for you. Let's see, does this work again? It does. Never realized that. It takes a second to reboot. Okay, so we're going at about 30. So here's a look at the approximate timings here. Obviously, imminently, it's coming through around the airport in Coda. Cedar Creek at 7:14, Phelan 7:19, Bastrop 7:25 is the approximate timing for you. So you've got 30, 35 minutes. Bastrop State Park, Alum Creek, Rosanke, Smithville. You guys are all in the path of this storm, and look, I hope it weakens. It looked like it was trying to weaken for a second, but this thing has pulsed right back up, and this has been producing destructive hail, a solid swath of destructive hail for 40 miles, and it's going on 50 miles now, and now the destructive hail is over East Austin. So a closer look at where it's located right now. Let's go in super tight here so that the streets pop up. So here's Del Valley, South Farm to Market Road, 973, Bud Dryden, FM 969. That is where the hail core is right now. Yeah, Jordan, what you got?
We're actually got a report in the NWS chat. Northbound 183 is flooded down to one lane with a vehicle stranded, and this is around Burnett Road. So just east of Mopac. 183 just south of Mopac is where we have that flooding reported, and that's where we've actually got a lane only now. It's just down to one lane on that stretch of road with a vehicle stranded. So it has been more than just the hail. It has been heavy rain here in the Austin metro, and we're starting to get reports confirming that.
And to everybody in the back, let us know what Shoal Creek is doing. As we mentioned here at Steck Avenue off Mopac, when we get really heavy rain like that, we're right in the Shoal Creek watershed. So we saw that it was jumping up tremendously earlier. So here's a look at the rainfall totals. It's not that these are like super tremendous totals. It's not like we've had like 5 to 6 inches of rain. It was just so heavy. Now, I think what also can happen sometimes when you have hail in the mix, well, the hail comes down and it's taking down the leaves on the trees and everything, and then the drains start to get clogged back up. And by the way, just this rainbow that we have from our tower cam is just remarkable. So again, we're looking back east. So downtown Austin shrouded now where the storm is moving through East Austin, but in the wake of this, sun has come back out and we have a rainbow, which is taking place right now. All right, so let's go back to the radar, and we will get back into the hail core. And by the way, I know we're coming up on 7 o'clock. As long as this is still a major destructive storm in the metro, and just like that, this thing is still cranking out big hail. We are going to stay on here as long as this is a destructive storm over the metro. If at any point it weakens, I don't want to cover up your TV show just for the sake of it. I don't want to do that. If at any point it weakens, we'll go off. We'll continue our coverage on KVUE Plus. But for now, this is just a really impactful storm, and it's tracked right over the Austin metro. We've got flooding reports, we've got hail reports, and we just need to stay with this one. So let me give you another look at where the hail is located now. This is over East Austin, and this is the Colorado River. So this is FM 973, and then in the Montopolis area. So here in the next 5 minutes, this is going to move out southeast of Montopolis, but in this bright pink color into the black, that is where we have hail that still could be as large as baseball size at times. There's an update from our hail tracker. This is going to cross down over 973. This is going to cross down around Southeast Metro Park, and then here's Highway 71, and then it's going to come into Garfield. This is going to come into Garfield here in the next several minutes, and then it's basically going to follow Highway 71. So let's give you the path. Cottonwood Church, Colorado Drive, Cedar Creek High School, Wildwood area. It's coming to you. And then we'll keep going. Foundation Christian Ministries, FM 20. And then eventually, assuming it holds together, we're going to get into town in Bastrop. So Bastrop Middle School, Bastrop High School, around the baseball fields and center of town there in Bastrop. Those are the areas where this big hail-producing storm is going to track, and I hope that it weakens. But hope is not forecasting. I hope that it weakened when it first developed, and it did not. And it's just tracked right along the Austin metro. Yeah, Jordan, what's the report that you're seeing?
All right, we're reading through some of these reports, and we do have a couple of reports near Cedar Park of golf ball-sized hail that passed through earlier this evening. We've also got a report of 1.25-inch hail 3 miles south of Liberty Hill. All right, here's a shot near Steck and Mopac. It looks like that's that car that was stranded, that AFD was talking about a little bit ago.
Yeah, so that is, I know exactly where that is because we drive under that to work. So, you know, when you get off Mopac at Steck, so if you're driving north and you take a right, there's the railroad tracks and you go through the dip. That area, it doesn't take a lot of rain for that to flood. That is very flood prone, that little dip in the road that goes under the railroad track. And that is where we have an active flood rescue, which is ongoing right now. So crews are on the scene. Hopefully they're able to get everybody out of there safe. This was, in addition to the hail and the wind, the rainfall rates were just so impressive. As I mentioned earlier, it's not that we had 10 inches of rain or anything crazy, but when you have, 4 to 5 inch per hour type rainfall rates, there's just not a lot of place for the rain to go. And as you can see on the ground too, because the hail was so large, it takes down the leaves and everything off the trees, and then that's rushing into the drains and stuff gets clogged up, and that's a spot that is always pretty flood prone there. So we'll continue to keep an eye on what's happening there with what appears to be an active water recovery. Again, that is at Mopac at Steck Avenue. When we're talking about flooding, we always tell folks, remember, turn around, don't drown, and that's why it's just hard to tell sometimes how deep the water is, and you think, oh, it's not a big deal, and then you get trapped in it. But we're happy to see that crews are on the scene there, and hopefully they're able to perform that water rescue there. Again, guys, baseball-sized hail right now is moving through the east side of Austin, and next up, this is going to be moving into Bastrop County, and this is still, I would say, every bit, heading into Garfield, this is still every bit as powerful as it was just about as when this moved through the Austin metro. So Cedar Creek, especially on the north side of town, it's going to come through about like this, and it's going to head towards the Bastrop area. So that it's going to basically follow Highway 71 into Bastrop County, and we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is ongoing for these areas. And by the way, they do still have the tornado possible tag. We've been watching those areas of rotation. We've actually seen several of them on the Skycam. That it has not touched down. We have not had a tornado that has touched down, but we have sure had massive, massive hail. Okay, just got an update now. 49,000 people are without power across the Austin metro as a result of this destructive storm moving in. Earlier, at last update, this was about 15 minutes ago, it was 19,000 people. That has now jumped up again. So we have over 40,000 people, or was it 39,000 people who are without power. Let me do another big picture reset for you. And I want to keep an eye on this Llano County storm just to make sure that doesn't try to do the same thing that this storm has been doing. So right now, this is the only storm that we are tracking. And it still is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. It goes until 7:30, and this is over southeastern Travis right now, and next up it's going to track into Bastrop County. This does include northern sections of Caldwell County, so we'll keep an eye on that too, over northern sections of Caldwell County. Now let's make sure nothing crazy is going on with our storm up here, which is going to be heading into Llano. So we'll zoom in to that one, and this one, which is moving through San Saba right now, is also looking very intense. Let's see what they have with that ongoing warning. So they've got just run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning there. Hail tracker, though, I mean, that's pretty robust. So just an early heads up for the Llano area. This storm is also going down at about 35 miles per hour. I'll do another storm track for you just to give you some approximate times there over northern Llano County. So it's going at about 35. Again, approximate times, not verbatim, but it's possible that here in the next 50 minutes, if this holds together, it could track into the Llano area, and then by 7:55, the Bluffton area. So that's a heads up on our Llano County storm. Not in our KVUE area right now, but it's another big hail producer, and you guys see it on the reflectivity. It's got that hook to it as well, so we'll need to keep a very close eye on that one. Otherwise, it is this same storm, which has produced a lot of damage here across the Austin metro. I mean, we dealt with it here at KVUE. It moved directly over the TV station here. Okay, so let's zoom back in now to our storm, which is over southeastern Travis. And still we're getting these bright magentas and blacks, which is telling me we've got big hail in here. And this is heading into Garfield. This is where Circuit of the Americas is located. And it looks like the biggest of the hail is going to pass just north of where the airport is. But it's in that Del Valley area right now and is heading into Garfield. And this still looks quite impressive with the hail tracker. I mean, we're still going to be getting baseball-size hail with this storm, which is tracking directly along Highway 71. Wildwood, you're going to be in the path of this, the Utley area, and then Cedar Creek, we'll see. Maybe it passes north, maybe it dives more south, but Wildwood, Utley, Cedar Creek, and then eventually down the line, this is going to be heading into places like Bastrop eventually. Our system is still showing those kind of brighter pinks and reds, so that's, I'd imagine this is going to say baseball-size hail. Tennis ball size hail is what we are getting with this storm. So I want to look through, let's look through the National Weather Service chat. We were super focused, obviously, on this storm, and I want to kind of go through and make sure we're not missing any of the damage reports. And here's what they're saying in the National Weather Service right now. They had 1.96 inches in the gauge at Shoal Creek near Foster. The airport, by the way, it appears just gusted to 59 miles per hour as that storm was moving through. Let me show you the current wind speeds outside. Let's see if that is updated into our system yet. Okay, so we got a 41 mile per hour wind gust at the Austin airport. So obviously where the storm is coming through, tremendous winds, 40 to 60 will be possible. I wasn't outside when this moved through KVUE, but just looking at the sky cam, I think that was every bit of 50 to 60 plus mile per hour winds. But we have 41 mile per hour winds right now at the airport. So that is a result of this storm, which is mainly a hail threat, but is also producing those strong winds.
I am reading also that we might have a flood advisory coming for the Austin area because of that quick amount of rain that we had.
Okay, so this is this Shoal Creek that we're looking at here?
Yes.
Oh, Bull Creek at Spicewood. So you can see that has covered the low water crossing there in the Spicewood area. Obviously, we urge everybody, turn around, don't drown. You never want to drive over flooded roadways like that. And in the back, if you guys get any reports of how many low water crossings are closed across the area, just let us know. But that is what it looks like right now. Bull Creek at Spicewood, where the low water crossing is covered there. And we continue to track this ongoing water rescue. This is just off of Mopac right here at Steck Avenue. This is like 500 feet away from the station at KVUE. This is a very problematic flood-prone spot. But look, Steck Avenue is not the only place that has flood-prone locations. You guys know the spots in your neighborhood that anytime it rains at all, they tend to get flooded. Just be really, really mindful of those, and the timing of the storm was just problematic, given that it came through right around rush hour. We had a lot of folks on the road. Jordan?
Yeah, I'm reading through now, and we've got 10 water crossings that are closed according to atxfloods.com.
Yeah. And then I saw that note from the National Weather Service, so the flood advisory is going to be coming soon. A flood advisory, remember, it's like a strong storm advisory. It is a step down below a flash flood warning, but it still means that significant that low water crossings could be closed. It's not significant flooding, but it means that minor flooding is a possibility. So let's see if this is bumped into the system. So there it is. I apologize. Let's see if we can take off the tracker. So this green shaded box right here, that is our flood advisory. This is going to go for Travis and Williamson counties until 10:30 as a result of the heavy rain that has fallen there. As Jordan said, at last report, 10 low water crossings are covered. One of those is Spicewood Road at Bull Creek, which we just had. Waller Creek, which we just had that visual look at. Oh, so here's another one. So we're looking at Waller Creek at 45th Street, and you can see that quickly is coming up to where the bridge is located there. So we've got a lot of scenes like this where we had heavy rain that fell in a short period of time here across the KVUE area, and all of that water, it's got to go someplace. And look, we're in a drought. We've been begging for rain for a long time, but this is just the way it works sometimes here in Texas, where when the rain comes, it all comes at once. And this has been so fast that it has been giving us some flooding issues. And once we just continue to cycle through those, but then once we come back over to the wall, what I'll do is I'll show you where the corridor of the heaviest rain is. And this is it. I mean, it just followed exactly where the hail core came down. So this came through southwestern Williamson County, and this is the area that's included in that flood advisory. But this is the area where all that rain fell. And as I mentioned, when you get rain here in North Austin, especially into Shoal Creek and all these creeks that run down towards Lady Bird Lake, they fill up quickly because all those creeks funnel down to the south towards Lady Bird Lake, or many of them do. So we've got a number of low water crossings, 10 or more at latest count, that have been covered. So just a heads up, if you get 1.5 inches of rain over the span of an hour, it's not a huge deal. The problem is when that happens in like 15 minutes, and then you also have hail that knocks down all the leaves and everything, and gutters and stuff get clogged up. So that is the situation and why we have that flood advisory that has been issued for northern sections of Travis County and other sections of Williamson County. So let's go back into our hail tracker here. And again, I just want to continue to give everybody a heads up. This has been a Travis County issue over the past 45 minutes, past hour. Soon, though, this is going to be moving out of Travis County, and it's going to be moving into Bastrop County. In fact, let's loop this. It looks like maybe it's taken a little turn down to the south. Yeah, it has. You see that? So it's going in like this, and then it took a turn down to the south. So we'll see if it does if it veers right again, it could head into Bastrop. But if not, it's possible this could impact even south of Bastrop, like down closer to the Rosanke area. So let's zoom in now, and this would be places like Cedar Creek too. So this is going to be, Cedar Creek. I was saying, hey, maybe this could pass north. Well, with this turn down to the south, Cedar Creek, this is coming to you. So Cedar Creek, hail precautions now. Make sure if you have any vehicles that are out someplace where they're not protected, make sure you get them protected. And then in the Red Rock area, make sure you get these protected as well. And then I also just want to give everybody kind of an update, and for production folks in the back, what we're going to do, once this storm passes out of Travis County, we're getting past 7 o'clock. We will continue to cover it. We're going to cover it on KVUE Plus, and we will be able to get you back to regular programming here on KVUE, but we'll continue on YouTube and KVUE Plus, wall-to-wall coverage of this storm for as long as we need to. But once this moves out of Travis County, and hopefully it'd be great if this could weaken a little bit, but as soon as it moves out of Travis, we'll go over to our digital coverage. But Cedar Creek, this is coming in now. Red Rock, heads up as well. Let's pause this too. I still just want to go back and forth periodically and make sure that we see what is going on with the rotation in this storm. Nothing super tight, but that's kind of the general vicinity that we'll be watching. Our shear product is not picking up on anything, which is just fine with me. The reflectivity has definitely had that look where it's got that spread eagle look where it will try to rotate, but we just haven't seen anything be able to reach down to the ground and touch down, which is, again, just fine with me, not something that I'm complaining about. So there's the hail core. And for this scan, it's a life cycle. These things could go up again. It has come down in intensity. Let's get this thing to weaken. That'd be fantastic. Let me punch up the size. This is going to be, let's guess, hen egg size, golf ball size. That's close. Golf ball size hail coming down from Garfield down towards the east side of Elroy and heading down towards Cedar Creek and Wildwood. So this is golf ball size hail. I believe that we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. They haven't changed that. So it is still a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that goes for another 20 minutes until 7:30. That includes Bastrop, Caldwell, and Travis counties. The little area that's got a little bit of weak rotation is down here around Elroy, and then the hail core is here where you see those brighter pink colors, the magenta into the black colors. It is coming down in intensity ever so slightly. There's a new scan. Ever so slightly still. This is definitely a sizable hail storm. If we continue to get golf balls, though, maybe we'll be able to downgrade this from a destructive, which is the top of the scale, down to a considerable, which would be good, and then even better if all the hail would weaken and we could just get some beneficial rain out of it. But Garfield, Elroy, then heading down towards the Cedar Creek area. Let's go back to the plane radar, and then as we've been doing, I'll kind of just show you the map and we'll go down. This is the 21 corridor. So this is going to cross over the 21 corridor. Just want to give you a heads up. Good landmark there. This is going to cross over the 21 corridor.
All right, we've got an update from ATC, Austin Travis County EMS. This is the 7,000 block of IH-35 Service Road southbound water rescue. Reports of several victims swept away. Hashtag ATC EMS medics and Austin Fire Department attempting multiple rescues. So obviously the heavy rain situation sounds like it's taken a pretty drastic turn. This is the 7,000 block of IH-35 Service Road southbound. And again, water rescue with several victims swept away according to ATC EMS on X. I've just retweeted that. Hopefully everybody's okay. That's obviously a very scary situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, increasing reports of water rescues that are going on across parts of the Austin Metro. I just circled it for you. So in this green, this is where 1 to 3 inches of rain fell. And you may be thinking, well, it's only 1 to 3 inches of rain. We've seen more than that, and there weren't issues. It fell so fast, though. This was torrential rain, so in like 15 minutes, you get 2 or 3 inches of rain. That is what's causing flooding issues. And unfortunately, as Jordan was saying, we've got low water crossings that are covered. We've got reports of vehicles that have been swept away in some areas. And that is why, we've been in a drought now for like 5 years, basically. So we've had some isolated flooding, but it's not a huge thing that we've been dealing with here recently. But Central Texas, they don't call it Flash Flood Alley for no reason. Unfortunately, it looks like we did see some flooding issues across our area today. There was another report that I wanted to pass along here too. The peak wind gust at ABIA at the Austin airport, listen to this, was 77 miles per hour. There was a 77 mile per hour wind gust. I'm seeing some new reports coming in of trees down as well. A report of a tree down as well as large branches, 34th Street in Austin near Duval. Okay, and then we just got word there is now officially a ground stop at the airport, at the Austin airport. So we do have a ground stop there, and it makes sense with close to 80 mile per hour winds that came through the airport. And remember, the airport got kind of grazed by the storm. There could have been winds even stronger than that in other sections of the storm, which is just pretty remarkable to think about. So we've got trees down, we've got flooding issues, and obviously we've got the hail damage. The other storm that we are tracking is approaching northern Llano County, but it's not in our KVUE area yet. And then our Travis County storm is about to cross out of Travis County, and it's going to go down into Bastrop County. And again, once it starts to do that, we will be able to get back to regular programming here on KVUE, and we will continue our live coverage as long as we need to go. As long as we need to go on KVUE Plus, but unfortunately these rainfall totals are causing flooding issues, and the hail and all that is continuing. These are the LCRA rainfall totals over the course of the past 24 hours. So some of this stuff down here was from the morning round of storms, but again, you can see where, let's zoom in actually across the metro. These are the LCRA rain gauges, so these are not radar estimates. These are confirmed reports, and we've got one out here around Decker Lake, 1.39. 1.42, 1.17. So this is all the water that fell in a really short amount of time, and a lot of that has flowed into our creeks and streams, and that's what's been causing some of the flooding issues. So we'll continue to work to get you as much information as we can about the flooding problems, which are ongoing across much of our area right now as a result of this very quick, heavy rain that has moved through. As far as the there's an update. So 66,000 people. Can we show them the map one more time too? We started at 19, we went to 39, now we're up to 66,000 customers that are without power here in the Austin metro. Again, the Austin airport gusted to 77 miles per hour. We had that, I mean, we had all of it. We had the trifecta. We had strong winds, we had destructive hail, baseball to grapefruit size that came through, and then we had the heavy rain. So we had the three threats. We continue to watch, though, this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which continues as the storm is now moving into Bastrop County. I just want to we'll stick with this a little while longer, at least another couple of minutes here, just to continue to monitor this. And then increasingly, too, guys, if we have reporters or anybody who's able to kind of shed light on some of the flooding issues, too, we're happy to go out and do some of that as well, just to show some of the reports. But this is the storm, which is now moving out of Travis County and is moving into Bastrop County. It has caused a lot of issues with flooding, with wind, and with hail, and it continues with a tornado possible tag into Bastrop County now. As we zoom in closer to it, though, this is a little bit of good news for Bastrop because it took that dive down to the south. Let me animate this and we'll play through it. So it's heading down to Cedar Creek. Look, Bastrop, you're going to get grazed by this, but I would say it's very possible that the hail course stays just on the west side of town, so more of a Cedar Creek and less of a Bastrop, but generally it's going to cross over the Highway 21 corridor between Bastrop and between Mustang Ridge. That's where this destructive storm is going to pass over, so it is moving into Cedar Creek currently. We'll pause this. This is where the hail is going to be located in that part of the storm, and that's what we're seeing on the hail tracker here. And this has come down in intensity a little bit, so that's fantastic. So it looks like that hail threat starting to wind down a little bit. Hopefully that is an indication that this storm is weakening. So again, what we're going to start to do, assuming the storm continues on this trend, we'll be able to get you back to regular programming, but I also want to continue to cover this flood risk. Do we still have any images from the water rescue, which is going on at a Steck? I just want to give folks a visualization of, Okay, so we do have a lot, I mean, we can show that too. So it looks like the individual has been rescued, no longer in the vehicle there, but we do have a number of low water crossings and stuff like that that are covered. Jordan?
Yeah, we actually have another one from Austin Travis County EMS. There was a successful water rescue on Guadalupe Street and Airport Boulevard. It said that, quote, strong current pulling victim downstream. So ATC EMS Community Health Paramedic along with a DPS trooper assisted with that. So again, man, flooding causing major issues in addition to the hail here in the immediate Austin area. Multiple reports of water rescues, multiple reports. So again, it's hopefully everybody's okay with all of that first and foremost. But again, this is definitely something where we always say, turn around, don't drown. But again, thank goodness this particular victim was successfully rescued because obviously that's a very, very scary situation.
Yeah. Another report that I'm seeing here, this was about 10 minutes ago when the storm passed over Del Valley, though, as we continue to watch that low tornado risk. They said there was a ragged, non-rotating wall cloud that passed over the Del Valley area about 10-15 minutes ago. And then they also approximated about $half size hail. So a ragged wall cloud, that was that lowering. I really think that we saw it there on our Zach Theater camera as it came across the north part of downtown. It did not produce a tornado, but it had a little ragged wall cloud with it. And now this hail threat is starting to move out of Travis County and into Bastrop County. Do we have any additional angles that we could show with the low water crossings or flooding situation? Because if not, yeah, so we'll work to get that. We'll go for a little while longer, and then what we're going to do eventually is we will sign off of KVUE, and we will continue our coverage wall to wall. We'll keep going right here on KVUE Plus as we continue to track some of these water rescues and everything that have been going on across our area. So here's another look. This is Waller Creek at 45th Street. You can see how high the water is there. So that is an example of what has happened when the heavy rain was coming through. We watched Shoal Creek rise, but that is Waller Creek at 45th Street, courtesy of ATX Floods. At last report, there were 10 low water crossings that were covered. Can we go over to let's go to the closures, go over to that closures tab and just walk through. I mean, you guys can click through and we'll see some of those low water crossings. Let's just go through them. So we'll start out here out in West Austin along North Capitol of Texas Highway. So that's low water crossing 12 and 13 there. Those are all in the Old Spice Old Spicewood Springs Road area. Then you get down here closer to Mopac. There's another area that's been problematic. I think that is our Steck Avenue situation that we've been watching. Another one there, Allendale Road near Koenig Lane. Koenig Lane at Arroyo Seco. That is where we have a low water crossing that's closed as well. So we've got 11 of these across the metro right now. The rain over Austin has ended. Which is fantastic news. Let's go through, just go through some of the cameras too. I mean, we'll just walk folks through it. Again, all of this is courtesy of ATX Floods. So that is the scene right now. Hey, that looks better. So you remember about 30, 45 minutes ago, we showed you that one and it was covered and you could see where the debris is still over the road, but the water has receded. So the rain has moved out and the sun is back out. So this quick, heavy rain, this is why we call it flash flooding. It's very quick, but then it works its way through the system, and because it wasn't like 5-6 inches of rain, this should work through relatively quickly. There's another vantage point. That's Bull Creek at Old Spicewood. That one looks like it is still covered. So in that Bull Creek at Old Spicewood Road area, just make sure you continue to avoid that area. That low water crossing is covered. But I can see, I mean, I'm looking at the readings there, so it looks like it's got 2 feet now that are covered. That was up like between 3 and 4 when we were looking at that a little while ago. So Bull Creek at Old Spicewood Road, that's another situation where the low water crossing is covered. We had a pretty quick 1 to 3 inches of rain that fell across the area, but it was just so fast, those rainfall rates. And, you know, if you get 3 inches of rain in 15 minutes, there's just not a lot of place for the water to go. So that is why we've had a number of these reports of water rescues and everything, including the one that we've been watching here at Mopac and Steck Avenue.
Okay, Hunter, I just saw a tweet from our news director, Travis Sattywhite. He's showing hail in the Springdale/Pecan Springs area. It was about 10 seconds ago, and it looks like snow based off of the video we just got from our news director. And he sent like 3 separate videos. He tagged us on X. It looks like it's been quite a bit of a show that we're seeing on X, and I've just retweeted that. As a matter of fact, it's one of many reports of hail that we've seen so far, in addition to, of course, the destructive, I wouldn't say destructive flooding, but the flooding that we've seen so far and all of the water rescues. Hopefully everyone's okay with that, of course, but I'm looking at the hail tracker and it looks like the hail core is starting to weaken a little bit, and it also appears that Travis County is out of the warning.
Excellent news. So I'll show you that here in a second. This is the hail path, the history over the past several hours. Again, you can see just this solid line. It started on the Burnett-Williamson County line. It came into Northwest Travis. It moved right through the core of the Austin Metro. And then now the hail core has moved into Bastrop County, but it is weakening. But that is just a pretty amazing stretch here. I can also show you some of the storm reports across our area too. So I'll go into the storm reports and I'll walk you through what we were seeing with that. So give me a second here. There's the storm reports, and you can see that swath of where the hail came through. So that was it. Started with this storm in Burnett County, all those hail reports out around Liberty Hill and Leander and Cedar Park, and then it really ramped up as it moved into the Austin area. You could see there is a wind damage report. I want to pull that up for you, and we'll see what that one says. So that's just the report from Austin Bergstrom, which gusted to 77 miles per hour. Jordan?
Yeah, I actually just saw a tweet from Vince Leibowitz inside the state capitol. It said the storm actually broke the glass in the dome of the state capitol, and the floor has water on it now, and they are not letting anyone in the rotunda as a result of it. So we're talking about the state capitol downtown already getting reports of damage, in not just with the glass damage, but also water damage as well. The floor's got water on it as a result of the heavy rain and the hail that we've got.
We would be able to see that from our downtown camera, but I'm looking at it. It looks like that froze, so that one went out, so we no longer have access to that. But actually, wow, look at Cam 20. Let me pull this one up for you. That's Zach Theater. There's 20. All right, Jordan, pan back up and to the right, and this is the backside of this storm. Pan up a little bit too, so we can see the top of the clouds. This towering storm. This is look at that. I mean, way up here.
There we go. The other
that's
way.
like 40 to 50,000 feet plus. So downtown Austin now back in the sunshine, but this moved into southeast Travis, and now it is moving into into Bastrop County. This has been quite the storm, which tracked right over the Austin metro. We've got over 60,000 people without power, and now it is moving away from the metro, and the sunshine's going to come back out. But still, although Austin has been removed from this warning, we still have a storm chance, which is going to continue. I would imagine that the air here in Travis County is pretty worked over. But across the hill country, we still have some air that is certainly unstable out here. So this is the type of storm that we're going to have to watch very closely. In fact, I just got an update from the National Weather Service. They are drawing up a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Llano and Burnett counties. So that's going to be coming out here any moment now. We'll get this punched up, so we'll be positioned to see that. And then, by the way, too, for the news crews, just any reports of damage, if we have reporters or anybody out there who can head out and see any of that, I just kind of looking into some of these reports outside. I think that'd be a good thing to look at. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with this storm, which is on approach to northern Llano County, and there's the new warning. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that goes into Llano and goes into Burnett County, and this is the storm is moving at about 35 miles per hour. So let's do a storm track on it, then we'll see what the hail is looking like on this one. I would imagine it's at least golf balls. Yeah, so 35. There's a look at the timing on that one. So taking it into Tau, 7:44. Taking it into Llano, 7:49. Buchanan Dam, 8:01. Kingsland, 8:09. Granite Shoals, 8:20. And the Fairfield area around 8:21. Here's what the hail core looks like on this one. And that's pretty big hail core there. I would say that is up to 2 inches or more in diameter. So that could be golf ball size plus hail, maybe up to baseball size. And that is going to be tracking into Llano and into Burnett County. There's also, it's got that look to it as well where we need to watch it. I'll just check in with our shear tracker. So they have not added the tornado possible tag to that, but that will be the next storm that we keep a very close eye on. Okay, so that's the situation. Then as you get back into Bastrop County, this is where the big storm that we've been watching all through this afternoon is still moving through. And there it is. So this warning includes Cedar Creek, which is where the storm is now. Bastrop, you're getting grazed by it. So the hail starts about here and then goes back towards Cedar Creek. But Red Rock, you are on track to have this hail move into your area. Hail core, though, looks like it's going down. So that again, is fantastic news. So I think, again, guys, what we can do is we'll just kind of segue back into reporting on some of the damage. And if we don't have anything else, on the news side, so we'll be good to go. Real quick, Jordan, what's the report
I am reading through the chat from our friend Troy Kimmel. He said that there's damage reported to the front entrances at the Austin airport with glass shattered as doors folded inward, according to airport representatives. And there's also been a couple of others, including apparent roof damage to a utility building on the airfield. It's roof wind damage to a utility building on the airfield. But there's also a report now. There's a large tree branch that is down at Shoal Creek near Foster, banks of the Foster drainage ditch in Shoal Creek at Foster. There's a large tree branch that has come down from these storms as well.
Okay, so here's the game plan, guys. We are going to get off of KVUE. If you are in Bastrop County or in Llano County, though, and you still want information about the weather, we're not going anywhere. We're just going to shift the focus over to KVUE+. So if you have a Fire TV or Apple TV or Roku TV, just search KVUE, free to download, doesn't cost any money. We will be doing our coverage there. We're also live streaming on YouTube, so we're going to keep going. We'll probably go all evening long on KVUE+, and as soon as we get any images or reports of damage, we'll have that for you on KVUE+ as well. So we're going to hop off of air. Y'all stay hunkered down in Bastrop. Y'all stay hunkered down in Llano and Burnett County. If we have any additional warnings in the metro or if we have any tornado warnings, we'll be right back here on KVUE. Thank y'all for following along with us. I hope you stayed safe this evening. We'll continue again on KVUE+, and we'll talk to you later. All right, hello everybody. So we are moving off of air now, and we are going to focus here on KVUE+, and as you guys can see, they've dropped the severe thunderstorm warning now for Bastrop County, which is good because the hail core is weakened. So now the only severe thunderstorm warning is for the Llano and Burnett County storm. So we'll continue to track this for you guys. Yeah, go ahead, take a break. So, man, pretty big storm that came across the metro. This was a massive hail-producing storm. Jordan, are you good to talk for a second?
Yeah, I'm good to talk for a second because I just wanted to make sure that monitor behind you was turned on.
Oh, thank you.
That's what I was doing.
I'm going to set you up in a box real quick. Let me get the cam 4, max 2, and there you go.
Thank you very much.
You see yourself too. You're in the box.
Yeah, I think I could see myself there. There we go. All right, so we are tracking that severe thunderstorm warning. It is for some very large hail near Burnett and Llano counties. I'm looking at this hail core now, and it still looks like another round of destructive hail that could be making its way. Right now, it's along Highway 16. It's in San Saba County still in the Cherokee area. And what we're going to do is we're going to track the speed of it. And we're going to get a good timing of it so that we can really see the true measure of how things are being right now. So right now it says tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which gives it that considerable damage tag. And it is moving southeast at 30. It's taking a southeasterly move at 30 miles an hour, so slightly faster than that previous severe warning storm that passed right through the Austin area. And here it is as we head through the Cherokee area, just south of Cherokee now. Hold on, let me redo that because that does not look the way I wanted it to go. Now we got it. And so this is moving southeast, getting close to the Cherokee area. And so now we're looking at Stoles getting closer to 8 o'clock, Kingsland at 8:20, and Sunrise Beach Village at 8:28. So getting close to 8:30, we could get a good idea of whether or not this storm is going to hold together. Now, these storms love to really keep to pulse down and then pulse up. And we're looking at this right along Highway 16. This is around the Cherokee area. So if you're in the Stoles area, if you're near Buchanan Dam, if you're west of Tao, you want to make sure that you have those cars in garages at this time. And we want to make sure that you are inside as well. We've had multiple reports earlier this evening of some large hail that has popped up. We've had Bertram report a 63-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So again, we are tracking some very strong storms that have passed through the Austin area tonight. Of course, we're going to talk more about that Bastrop County storm. That storm no longer is severe warned, but it did have a history of golf ball-sized hail. So again, we have the considerable damage tag. Thank goodness it's not the destructive tag, but still could cause some issues as far as hail damage and that such. So this is until 8:30. This is for Burnett and Llano counties. And again, we are still tracking very, very large hail. We don't have that tornado possible tag on this as we did with that earlier storm. But again, we're looking at this hail core now, and it's just passing now through the Cherokee area, which is in San Saba County, which is just outside of the KVUE area. But again, if you are east of Llano, if you're along Highway 29, between Llano and Buchanan Dam, if you're in the Kingsland area, you want to make sure those cars are in the garages as soon as possible so that we don't have any significant issues when it comes to hail damages like what we have seen. So let's go ahead and we're going to read through some more of these reports from some of these other spots. Cedar Park in Travis County, right at 7, it's about hail that was getting close to around golf ball size hail. And it looks like it corrected a previous hail report from what we had seen. So something that we've been continuing to track. So I think nothing really new as far as severe thunderstorm warnings. Now we do have the severe thunderstorm watch area that has been extended as well. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up real quick. And it includes Bastrop, Fayette, and Caldwell counties now. So every county in the KVUE area, with the exception of Lee, is involved in a severe thunderstorm watch, and rightfully so, given that Bastrop County briefly had a severe warning storm, as well as northeastern Caldwell County. I really like how the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service office isn't really taking any chances with this particular system. And let's also remember, let's not forget that there is a flood advisory until 10:30 for North Austin, as well as Round Rock, Cedar Park, and Leander. We've had multiple reports of water rescues, and we're going to see, hopefully, that we don't have any water rescues at this time. We just saw a tweet that we were just tagged in that said the original hotel near Dell Children's Hospital, and it's showing quite a bit of that heavy rain, maybe a little bit of that hail as well. So we're watching this very, very, very closely. And let's see if there are any more reports that may be moving through here. Let's see if we're looking through it. We're looking at let's see, we've had multiple reports. I know Jenny tweeted about trash and recycling bins that the rain had washed down the street. So this is near where her house is, and it showed quite a bit of that heavy rain caused a little bit of light rain that is causing a lot of flooding issues. Well, not light rain, it was heavy rain that fell in a short amount of time, and that's resulted in some that's resulted in those trash cans being carried down the street, and now people had to go get them and bring them back. So definitely something that we're watching closely. So again, we've had multiple reports of water rescues. We've had multiple reports of very large hail. And we did have a 77-mile-an-hour wind gust recorded at the airport that apparently has caused damage. So we're watching this very, very closely. All right. We've got another report we've got a couple more water rescue reports to talk about from Austin Travis County EMS. The first one was on the 3500 block of Spicewood Springs, a report of a vehicle in the water. And there's also a water rescue on the 2200 block of West North Loop Boulevard with reports of 2 people in the water. And a patient has been located. We're currently holding onto a tree attempting a rescue. So again, we've had multiple reports of water rescues, and this is definitely something that we've continued to watch so far today. And not only that, ATC EMS is saying that they are on several water rescues throughout the city, and they're saying do not travel unnecessarily. Let's see, what else do we have? Looks like that's about it from ATC EMS. Let's see what Austin Fire on Twitter is showing. See what Austin Fire is tweeting about. Okay, so Steck Avenue and North Mopac Expressway service route northbound, and the callers are reporting 2 cars in the water with 1 person on the roof of a car. So they're saying please avoid the area. So it looks like it's at Steck and North Mopac Service Road. So it could be because there's a bypass right there by Steck Avenue. There's a bypass there for people to stay on that service road and not have to stop at Steck. There's a bypass area right there, and it may have been that bypass that's flooded. We can't really confirm that for you yet. We will need, it would be good to get somebody on scene to kind of really see whether or not we have a very serious situation there, because it does not sound like it was a very good situation that we're watching very, very closely. So let's see. Let's see what's going on right now. This is the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, let's go back to that Burnett and Llano County storm, and let's see what that hail tracker is doing now. Looks like the hail tracker does show it now south of Cherokee, and it's unlike that last one. We're still seeing good, considerable size hail. We're looking at hen egg size hail with this storm. So we're starting to see some hen egg size hail. It's about to cross into Llano County right now. It looks like it's over largely rural area right now. I'm going to get this down to street level, and it looks like it's just Highway 16 right now, northern sections of Llano County. It looks like just some rural areas there. So thankfully nothing major at this particular point. And let's see what we've got as far as activity. So the underpass at Steck and Mopac is flooded based on our messages. We've got crews at 2 separate water rescues, and we've also got a gas station damaged on Far West Boulevard as well, according to our executive producer. So the airport has said that high winds have broken doorway glass near checkpoint number 1 at the airport. So the teams are cleaning up and making sure no one steps in it. No one was injured from what we know. But again, we're getting photos from Darren Isha, one of our reporters, at a gas station that was damaged by the high winds. And so we're starting to see reports now of some of the high winds and some of the aftermath of what happened earlier this evening as it passed right through downtown, including those multiple water rescues that we've had. But right now, we're not seeing much in terms of rotation. This storm does not have the tornado possible tag that the storm had earlier. But by the time we get to around later on this evening, we're going to see how this storm is going to behave right as it makes its way into Llano County. Again, this storm is set to expire the warning at 8:30, Wednesday at 8:30. That's when the storm expires, and it's set to make its way into Llano County right now. It's about to cross the San Saba County line, and the largest of the hail core hasn't really crossed into Llano County yet. But right now, as we take a look at it, doesn't look like the storm is over any real large areas like what the earlier one did, but it's along Highway 16. So if you're trying to go on Highway 16 north of Llano, I would say don't travel right now, especially if you're north of Highway 29, maybe not on 267 either, or is it say 261? I mean, it looks like 261 is what I'm trying to say. It's right there on the western fringes of Lake Buchanan. And a new scan just came in, and it looks like the hail core is starting to strengthen a little bit too now. So something we're watching. Hen egg size hail still just off to the west of Highway 16. That was a mistake there. Let me go ahead and clear that. I was just going to drag this off to kind of show that this is the strongest hail that we're seeing right now. This is hen egg size hail about to cross. It's now crossing into Llano County as we speak. And we're starting to see another line of storms make its way through. So this is moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Right now, we're looking at this at around 30 minutes. We're going to do a 30-minute timer on it. And it looks like the Stoles area is where we're going to do it. But we're going to try and make another graphic because it's going to move a little bit further to the southeast here. And I want to make sure we get more of our area as we can get so that we can really make sure everyone's prepared here. So we're looking at Stoles at 758 and Kingsland at 818 if it continues that southeasterly track that this storm is indicating. So Not a lot of populated area here, thank goodness, but still, if you're in the Stoles area, should be there at 7:58, and then the Kingsland area at 8:18. If you're in those areas, you want to make sure that those cars are in garages as soon as possible. And let's see, 67,000 in Austin without power, according to the latest update from Austin Energy. I'm going to check X here to see if there are any more reports of anything severe. And our news director just tweeted us again, Hunter. He said that the leaves on the oak tree were shredded off, according to the report from Travis, our news director. And he said, so much hail in the yard, it looks like snow. And he said, now the sun is out. And he basically said, crazy. And I'm sure that's what a lot of you Austinites are thinking at this particular point. Brian is asking about, I'm getting a tweet about the Red Rock storm that I believe is Bastrop County. And it doesn't look like that. It looks like that storm is continuing to weaken. It is below severe limits. That's Brian Heyman on X. And I will reply to him now. Severe limits. There you go. So I was going to reply to him. I just replied to him that the storm is now weakened below severe limits. And so if you're in Bastrop County, you're just going to get some loud thunderstorms in and around the Red Rock area, heading closer to the Rosanke area, String Prairie, Taylorsville. Nothing severe with that. That storm looks like it's continuing to trend in the right direction, but trending in the wrong direction right now is the hail core. And we're going to go ahead and pull that up because that looks like it's starting to strengthen a little bit right there, just off to the east of Highway 16. Now, the good thing about it is that right now it's over a rural area. But the bad news is that we're looking at hen egg sized hail. And right now it looks like it is headed right for the Stoles area along Highway 29 east of Llano. So if you're in the Stoles area east of Llano, you want to make sure that your cars are in the garages as we speak. It looks like it'll get to Stoles around 8 o'clock this evening on the dot. So we're going to continue to monitor this and really pay attention to this for the next few minutes here, especially as we get closer to 8 o'clock. So again, if you are in Stoles at around 8 o'clock, you need to make sure your cars are in the garage. Honestly, I would get those cars in the garage as soon as possible. I wouldn't wait any longer, because if you wait too long, you could get caught in the thick of it yourself. And you do not want to be outside unprotected as large hail falls, because that can cause injury as well. And let's go ahead and let's look at ATC EMS. Let's see what else, let's see what updates we have with that to see if we have any more water rescues. One person has been removed from the water, and the rescue is transitioning to recovery mode for an additional victim. This is 2200 block of the West North Loop Boulevard. One person removed from the water. Rescue is transitioning to recovery mode. So that's the word recovery mode for a situation like that is something you do not want to hear at all. Like, I mean, I don't even know how to put it. Like, there's no other way to put it. You don't want to hear that at all. It's not good at all. And again, we have a flood advisory in effect until 10:30 tonight because of all of the rain that we've seen. And again, nothing going on right now, but again, really watch these low water crossings. Let's look at ATC. Let's look at the atxfloods.com. I'm going to look at atxfloods.com here real quick, and we're going to see how many water crossings are closed. I'm sure that number has gone up. It's gone up. It's now 12 water crossings that are closed. We're at 12 now, up from 10 earlier. And again, I mean, you never want to hear situations like that where you have recovery mode being issued. That means, obviously, we all know what recovery mode means, but we're not going to go into that. But right now, we're still tracking destructive hail in northern Llano County. Let's get back on that subject, because that hail core is strengthening again. Right there, it's now up to billiard ball sized hail according to our radar estimation. So this is still an ongoing situation. And again, we're going to continue to track that situation in Llano County as well as western sections of Burnett County. So looks like right now, unless the storm takes a bit of a little dog leg off to the east, as long as that storm takes a little dog leg off to the east, that's where we're going to see that storm probably miss Buchanan-Ham. So what's going to happen, what's happening right now is that it looks like the largest of the hail is going to pass through the Stoles area, and it's going to kind of end up splitting Llano and Buchanan Dam and along Highway 29 in eastern Llano County. So if you're along Highway 29, and I'm going to draw this out for you, if you're along Highway 29 in Llano County, east of Llano specifically, especially if you're in the Stoles area, you need to make sure your cars are in the garage right now. And I'm going to go ahead and go down to street level as well to kind of see what roads are there. Yep, Ranch Road 2241, west of Bluffton. That area we are watching specifically for the more destructive hail that we've been seeing across the Austin metro earlier tonight. And we can have more of that passing through Llano earlier. I'm tweeting about the water rescue transitioning to recovery mode right now. But again, yeah, obviously that's not a good situation there. Hearing about rescue transitioning to recovery mode, it's just terrible news. But oh man, now we've got the hail core strengthening east of Highway 16, northeast of Llano. We're looking at baseball size hail now being recorded according to their radar estimate. And I'm going to watch it very, very, very closely. And Austin Emergency Management that said that as little as 6 inches of water can cause unsafe driving condition. And it says never drive around barricades. So like we've said, turn around, don't drown when encountering floodwaters. And unfortunately, we've had that unfortunate situation play out earlier this evening. Now, the hail core right now is looking at baseball size hail right there just off to the east of Highway 16. Let's see if it's on top of any roads. It doesn't look like it is, but we do have Ranch Road 2241. So if you're along Ranch Road 2241, right there, if you're along Ranch Road 2241, you need to get the cars in the garage right now, especially Ranch Road 2241 west of Bluffton. That's where we're starting to see that hail core strengthening again. Because remember, these things love to weaken and then strengthen up again. And that's exactly what's happened. It was ahead of that scan. Now that scan's caught up to it. And I'm going to see another scan here. Okay, so it's slightly weakened a little bit, but not a whole lot. Still billiard ball size hail according to this radar estimate. So again, it's headed right for the Stoles area. So Stoles in about, I would say, less than 5 minutes, if you're in Stoles, you've got 5 minutes to make sure that your car is in your garage or lightly covered up. I know a lot of people have those larger pickup trucks. Make sure you've got that cardboard on it. Make sure you have blankets over it. Make sure it has adequate coverage if you do not have a garage. So if you do have, if your car can't fit in a garage, or if you do not have a garage available, you've got to make sure you have everything covered as much as possible. So again, we are going to continue to watch this over these next few minutes, or these next couple of, or these next hour or so as we go through it. So we've got, so we did have a report of a vehicle rescue at Spicewood Springs Road. There were no injuries on scene. So we're looking at the Steck Avenue and North Mopac update. This was 11 minutes ago. It was one engine. Everyone was out of the water, so good news there. There was also another one. It was 2100 to 2122 Hancock Drive. 2 people in the water holding onto a tree. Second person was located, and they were going to rescue that person as well. So hopefully they're able to, hopefully everybody in that situation gets out okay.
Hey Jordan, real quick,
Yeah,
I know you've been going for a while. If you need to take a quick breather, get some water, do
right,
anything, I can take over for a second.
All
I
right,
appreciate
cool.
you.
Awesome.
Appreciate all the hard work today. So we'll turn off that microphone, and I'll get you back over here to, let's try this. I know the lighting's not perfect over here, but look, we appreciate everybody following along here on KVUE Plus on our YouTube page. As Jordan was saying, the storm that mainly we've been, here I'll put, actually, let's put Max 1, Router 1, there we go. So the storm that mainly we've been tracking today is thankfully no longer severe. I'm trying to get this one, come on. Trying to get this to pop off. But this, the storm in Bastrop County, no longer severe. But the storm which is moving into the northern hill country has ramped up, and that one is significant. So give me a second here. This is going to load in, and we'll be able to track that one, which is coming into Llano County out around Lake Buchanan. And I know it's been active the past couple of days. These areas have seen quite a bit of severe weather. By the way, as I look at this, the severe thunderstorm watch has been expanded southeastward, so it does now include Caldwell and Fayette County because of this storm, which is tracking that way. But it is trending in the right direction. So that one no longer nearly as intense as what it was earlier. But this Llano County storm is still quite intense. So let me show you what is going on with that one. This severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded to destructive. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I'll read you what they are saying about this one. Baseball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds is what they are tracking. Baseball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And I want to say too, as I look at I've been going back and looking through some of the hail reports and stuff that we had sent in. And by the way, if the lighting looks a little weird here, we took a power hit here at the TV station, so some of the lights are a little wonky right now, but we'll get that figured out at a later date. You know, some of the hail reports I think that the system was generating were maybe a little large, and sometimes that happens when, let me see if I can switch to this, that'll work. And sometimes that happens when it's a lot of small hail. Like for example, here at KVUE, you know, it looked like quarters or maybe a little bit larger than that, maybe a little bit smaller than that at times, but it was just a lot of it. So sometimes that can kind of fool the system, and maybe that is what happened. Now I still think there probably was, you know, some baseball size hail plus in some of these areas, but maybe more so it's just a lot of small hail. But either way, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm which is moving into northern Llano County. The immediate strongest part of the storm is going to head into Stoles. It's going to go, it looks like this is going to be just east of town in Llano, but Stoles, Tao, you're getting grazed by this. let me show you what the hail tracker is looking like here. Yeah, so that's it. And as I mentioned, is the size on this necessarily exactly what's happening? Maybe not, but our system is saying hen egg size hail, which is heading into the Stoles area right now. So make sure you're taking your hail precautions in Stoles. I also want to do a storm track on this one. So let me see what speed this destructive severe thunderstorm is moving at. And this is what they're saying about it. Again, destructive storm for east of Llano to Kingsland, baseball hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Locations impacted include Burnett, Kingsland, Llano, Buchanan Dam, Gainesville, Buchanan Lake Village, Inks Lake State Park, Lone Grove, Bluffton, Babyhead, Stoles, Longhorn Cavern State Park, and the Tau area. What's the movement? So this is going southeast at 30, so let's do a storm track on this. Again, I'm going to include a broader part of the warning here, so not everybody in this is necessarily in this track is necessarily going to see the storm itself. So here's a look at the approximate timings, taking this into just north and northeast of Llano. I'm here imminently. Buchanan Dam, 8:16, Kingsland, 8:26, and again, Stoles, you're also immediately in the path of this. Sunrise Beach Village at 8:36, Granite Shoals at 8:39, and 8:48 for the Marble Falls area. So that's look at the timing on these. What I haven't done in a while is actually a big picture like update on the forecast. So let's actually see what the models are doing here. Oh, and I see we've got some notes coming in here from the National Weather Service. Yeah, just a lot of damage reports coming in. And by the way, we were watching Shoal Creek, which really went up fast. Okay, so here is our day one storm outlook. And we actually just got an update to this, so I just saw it on my phone. So let's see what they have done. They are going to continue with the slight risk for the same areas that were previously under the slight risk. And then the flood threat, as we saw today, if you get heavy enough rain in a short amount of time, it doesn't necessarily matter how much, 1 to 3 inches. If it falls over a long period of time, it's not a huge deal, but if it falls really fast, it can cause flooding issues. So let's go into some of these models. Obviously, this graph model didn't exactly nail it here. It has this giant complex of storms, so we can ignore that. Let's see what the HRRR is doing. So the HRRR is showing just these scattered storms, then kind of weakening, and then the overnight would be quiet. Previous runs of the HRRR have shown, hey Phil, previous runs of the HRRR have shown another line of storms coming in tomorrow night. So let's see about that. This new update has the same thing. Yeah, and it does. So that's possible tomorrow night. Not a guarantee, obviously, this type of forecast, it's active and it goes back and forth, but it brings through a line of storms that could be strong to severe for the late evening into the overnight hours of tomorrow night. I want to show you the max wind gust reports actually, so let me find this graphic real quick, because we had a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust report at the airport. So let's go into this. And then, by the way, I wonder how much rain we got at Camp Mabry. So here's our almanac map. 1.34 inches of rain for Camp Mabry. You know what that means, Jordan? I think we got above average for this month, which breaks, I think it's a 9-month streak of below average monthly rainfall. So it took a massive hail and windstorm to get that, but I guess at least we got the rain.
Very important for our drought situation as well, eventually down the line.
Yeah. So, hey, if we have to have severe weather, hopefully we can at least get some beneficial rain. What was I looking for here? This wind map. Here it is. Max wind speeds today. So there you go. You see that, Jordan?
Yep,
look at that, 77 mile per hour
70,
wind
yeah.
gust.
And I think San Marcos had 54 miles an hour as well.
Yeah. 54 in San Marcos, 77 at the airport, 51 in town at Mabry. That's interesting that the airport got the biggest wind gust. They were kind of like just south of the storm, but maybe they got like that gust front that came through.
Yep. And I'm looking at the hail tracker. It looks like it's on top of the Stoles area
Here, let me. Oop.
for Llano County.
Sorry, I'm getting the boxes set up. All right, there you go. I've got Max 2 pulled up in the system there.
Yep. Yeah, I'm looking at the hail tracker in and around the Stoles area. Looks like we've got what looks like hen egg size hail. Hopefully you've got your cars covered if you're in the Stoles area. Right there, looks like it's about to cross Highway 29. I think Hunter's talked about this a little bit ago while I stepped away, but this now has the destructive tag on it. So with that destructive tag, that's the highest of a severe thunderstorm warning. It has is the one with the destructive tag on it. It's now south of Ranch Road 2241, so it probably crossed a few minutes ago, and now it's about to cross Highway 29, and it looks like it's going to cross the Llano River here momentarily as well. And soon after, it'll make its way probably just west of Kingsland before it crosses Highway 71. But again, if you're in the Kingsland area, if you're in Stoles, if you're west of Buchanan Dam, if you're east of Llano, you need to make sure that your cars are covered adequately right now. So something we are going to watch very, very closely as we look throughout the course of the night tonight. And this does not, now I do want to mention, unlike the other storm that we had earlier, this does not have the tornado possible tag on it, which is good news. But again, we're looking at the magentas and the black colors. Areas northeast of Stoles, I'm a little concerned about as well with the largest hail core there, because that's where you have the darkest colors within the pink. So if you see that dark color within the pink without a hail core, that kind of shows you where that largest hail more than likely will be. So it looks like we got a new scan, and it's right on top of you, Stoles. If you're in Stoles, you're probably seeing the very large hail right about now. So we're watching that very, very closely. I'm sharing the live coverage right now. Let's see what some of the comments are right now. It looks like a lot of the comments are relating to the hail that they've seen. We've seen quite a bit of reports. I'm seeing a lot of your comments. We're seeing some good sized hail being reported from a lot of you guys. Thank you guys so much for sending in your comments, for sending in sending in all of your reports. We even had a report about an hour ago. We're looking at West Campus about 15 minutes ago, whether or not it was a downburst or a tornado, but that was just a very strong gust front that moved through. And let's see, we're going to look also at that storm in Bastrop County. It looks like that storm in Bastrop County now has started to weaken a little bit. Now, it's now pretty much just a light shower and storm just to the north of the Kovar area. So that destructive hailstorm that brought quite a bit of heavy rain looks like it's on its last leg there. But we are tracking definitely that line of storms that's bringing that destructive hail right there. It's now along Highway 29. And there you see it right there south and east of Stoles. And there you see where hen egg size hail now. It's hen egg size hail. So that's about 2 inches in diameter. So a little larger than golf ball size. But again, it's along Highway 29. It's crossing Highway 29. Looks like it's about to kind of move along the Llano River a little bit. And it looks like it made a turn to the southeast. So, I mean, that might not be very good news for Kingsland, but if it keeps along the Llano River, this is not good news for Kingsland at all, but it may be good news for those along Highway 71 as you get closer to unless you get closer to like Lake LBJ. That's where you have, Granite Shoals. You've also got Yeah, Burnett's in this one warning as well, but it looks like this is going to stay well off to your west. We're looking at maybe even the Scobie area of Burnett County. I did mention Granite Shoals. I think what's going to happen is it's probably going to make its way closer to Horseshoe Bay as opposed to Marble Falls, but still, if you are south and east of Stoles, that's where the hail core is passing through right now. So it looks like still some heavy rain in around the Stoltz area. And there it is, just along Highway 29. That's where a lot of the worst of the storms are. So we've got that's pretty much what we have right now. Let me look at the okay, let's see if we have any more reports from okay, Tony Plohetsky, he said he just tweeted a video checking out Shoal Creek along Hancock Drive, and he's showing like a big gush of water. It's under the bridge still, thank goodness. It's not covering the roadway, but still it's still like very fast moving water. And again, Hunter, we talked about this earlier, 1.5 inches of rainfall falling very quickly can really rise those rivers. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Let's see. What else do we have here? Let's see if we have any reports. So that's what we're looking for. We don't have any from ATC EMS. Austin Fire Department hasn't really shown anything either, so nothing really new to report on that particular regard. But again, we're still tracking very large hail, again, just off to the south and east of Stoles. So let's look at let's see if we got any more reports of hail so far. Okay. So we've got a report of hail of about 1 inch from MPing report. It's about 1 inch in diameter hail. It's in Llano County, 7 miles southeast of Cherokee. So that's the first report from this hail tracker that we're looking at right now. So that's the first hail being reported. We also have another 1.5 inch diameter hail from Cedar Park in Williamson County from that earlier storm. We've also got UT reported a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust, reported at UT, on the UT campus. Let's see, that's pretty much it as far as that's concerned. Let's see what our reporters are saying so far. If we have any reporters, let's see what reports we're getting. Okay, so we do have a report of a tree down on Steck Avenue as well. So we've got a report of that. We've got some video from the water rescue close to the KVUE studio. Let's see what else we've got. Okay, so we've got the North Route water rescue transitioning to a recovery, of course, like what we've talked about, but nothing major there. We're getting photos of siding that's been torn off from this as a result of this as well. So we're getting a lot of some reports. Please keep sending those in. It should be safe as far as rain or storms or anything are concerned, but make sure if you get a photo, please make sure to tag us on socials, whether it be the station, whether it be KVUE, whether it be myself or Hunter as well. We're going to watch this very, very closely. In fact, let me see if y'all have tagged me in anything. It doesn't look like y'all have. But again, I've tweeted a few things, but it was definitely something we're watching. Okay, Tony Plohetsky said there was a large blown out window at the state capitol that did receive damage. like talked about that earlier. Let's see. All right, so let's look at some of the rainfall totals. I'm going to look at the mesonet data here real quick, and let's see what we can get. See if we can get some good rain totals from this. Again, this is part of the flood advisory that's in effect for let's see what we got. Okay, so again, we got the flood advisory until Travis Wilco until 10:30. Let's see. Waiting on these gauges to open. I'm waiting for this link to open real quick on my phone so that we can get a look at what's going on. Let's see the hydromet data. Oh, getting some good stream flows here from this. Let's see what we've got. Rainfall so far today. North Austin, I'm seeing a lot of reports in and around the Austin metro that have gotten over 2 inches of rain based on the mesonet data that we've gotten. So nearly 2.5 inches, especially along Mopac. That's where we've had Shoal Creek flood. We've also got MLK and 183 getting anywhere close to that. Fort Branch at Weberville, as a matter of fact, that's gotten up to 3.13, a little over 3 inches being reported from that. The airport looks like they've recorded 1 inch of rain according to those LCRA gauges. Now we're just looking at LCRA gauges right now. So that's pretty much what we've got going on. We do have some good rains that look like they're heading their way into Lake Buchanan here. But besides that, not really much going on as far as some of the heavier rain reports that we've had. It's mostly been around 2 inches, maybe even a little more than that in isolated spots. But now, okay, so the destructive tag is now down to a considerable tag, and it looks like it's along Buchanan Dam, wrong 29, just south of Buchanan Dam. That's where that hail core looks like it is, and now it's just south of there. Hail size, we're looking at hen egg size hail, right there along Highway 29, right there just to the south of there. Looks like that's about to cross Llano, the Llano River. Well, not Llano. Well, it looks like it's about to cross the Llano River is what I'm trying to say. So there's that. Looks like hen egg size hail right there, about to cross the Llano River there. So if you're north of 71 but south of Highway 29, you want to make sure that you are getting those cars in the garages, especially if you're off to the west of Kingsland. So if you're near Kingsland, looks like Kingsland, this is along Ranch Road 1431, near Skyline Drive. If you're along Skyline Drive, if you're along Ranch Road 1431, you want to make sure that you are inside, one, and second, getting those cars in garages. Hopefully you're, okay, so that says State Highway 29. You're already, that's 29 right there though. So there's that. Looks like the hail core, looks like it's starting to strengthen again. It weakened briefly. It went down to a considerable tag, but it still looks like it's strengthening again, and we're still on hen egg size hail. So the considerable damage tag is still on it. And so we want to make sure we're watching it very, very closely, because the last thing we want is another destructive hail cloud for that particular part of Central Texas. So, oh, I just got tagged in a David Alford video. Lone Grove, Texas, completely in the heart of hail. So yeah, look at, and we're seeing similar to Hunter, the tweet we saw from Travis earlier, looks like hail turning it into snow. So definitely, again, sometimes we could have like that sonic ice effect where you have a lot of that hail kind of clutter up together and kind of make it look like snow and kind of make it look like, you know, as if there was a bunch of sonic ice dumped right there on the street and on the ground there, or Raising Cane's ice, whatever you prefer to use for that. But still, message still the same, still quite a bit of hail that we've seen from this. Let's see. We got hen egg size hail. So hen egg size hail, looks like it's crossing the Llano River now. It's crossing the Llano River right now as we speak. It's passing just the largest of the hail core. It's passing just off to the west of Ranch Road 1431. So if you're on Ranch Road 1431 near First Baptist Church, presumably of Kingsland, Highland Lakes Church of Christ, if you're near there, if you're near Midland Street, Dilley Street, Indian Trail, River Oaks Drive, Ranch Road 3404, Nino Lane, if you're north of that, so you want to make sure your cars are in the appropriate shelter, in the garage, or covered up. You might want to do that right now, especially if you're in Kingsland, because what happened was that hail core kind of took a little bit more of a lurch toward the east. And if it doesn't anymore, Kingsland, you definitely will be in the path of this. So if you are in Kingsland, you need to make sure that your cars are in the garage right now. That looks like a very strong, hefty hail core. And I'm going to check the speed on it to make sure that we have the speed correctly so we can get an accurate timing of it. We've got thunderstorm wind damage, a downed mature tree off of Metric Boulevard near the Domain. This is 4 miles southwest of Wells Branch. So Metric Boulevard near the Domain, we've got a large tree that's down, and that's pretty close to Q2 Stadium. So Metric Boulevard near the Domain, near Q2 Stadium, that's where you've got where you've got, oh yeah, we've got a new scan. Look at that. That's just off to the north and west of Kingsland. And that looks like Ranch Road 1431. It looks like they're in it now, especially just off to the north of First Baptist Church, presumably, yeah, First Baptist Church of Kingsland. It says First Baptist Church on our maps, but it's right next to Kingsland, so we're going to presume it's Kingsland, First Baptist Church of Kingsland, we believe. But it's right there along the Llano River. Looks like it's kind of hugging the Llano River a little bit, getting close to that First Baptist Church of Kingsland and the Highland Lakes Church of Christ in Kingsland as well. It's right there. It looks like it's going to kind of take a little mosey along Ranch Road 1431 in Kingsland. And if you're in Kingsland, you should have had those cars in garages. Because we're looking at hail that could be getting up to hen egg size, and it looks like it's strengthening a little bit. So make sure your cars are in the garage now if you have not done so, because this could again be destructive hail heading towards you. So it has the considerable tag on it. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at the speed right now. And we're going to make sure that we have that speed right when we do have Okay, so the speed's southeast at 30. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get the hail core back up, and we're going to go southeast at 30. Oh, yeah, we got another scan. Oh, yeah, right on top of Kingsland, right on top of y'all. And so I would not be surprised. I have a gut feeling they are going to extend this probably into southern Burnett, maybe even northern Blanco County. So Round Mountain, I would prepare as if you are under a warning at this particular point. All right, we still have 30 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and put the track on it. Scroll it down. We're going to go 50 minutes here. Okay, so Sunrise Beach Village at 8:30, which is in about 3 minutes. So pretty much right now, you need to make sure that you are in the garages with your cars. Well, actually, make sure your cars are either in garages or covered. We've got Horseshoe Bay 8:40. We have Round Mountain at 8:57, and we have Cypress Mill at 9:04. And what I just tell y'all, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's now issued for Blanco County, northern and eastern Blanco County. And we've even got southern sections of Burnett County. We've even got the Hamilton Pool area of southwestern Travis County as well. And even extreme northwestern Hayes County in this as well. So the Henley area, you're in the warning now. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is until 9:30. This is for Blanco, Burnett, Llano, Travis counties, southwestern Travis County. So yes, Llano County, southeastern Llano County. This does include you guys in Horseshoe Bay. This does include you guys in Marble Falls. This does include you guys in Hamilton Pool, as well as Round Mountain. Just off to the north and east of Johnson City, you're in this warning as well. And we are looking at this, and we are going to look at the speed on it. And again, southeast of 30. So the timeline still stands for that. Timeline still stands for this. We're looking at, let's see, an hour down. Okay, so Round Mountain at 9 o'clock on the dot, according to this latest one. Hamilton Pool, 9:16. But before that, Horseshoe Bay just prior to 8:45. Granite Shoals, 8:35. Highland Haven in about 4 minutes. So okay, Hannah Rucker just posted 4 minutes ago that in the Miller neighborhood, a lot of trees uprooted and snapped. And she also said that the traffic lights are out as well. So I'm going to share that to the story as well to kind of help us tell the weather story. And again, if you see anything as well, make sure you send us your photos. Tag KVUE. Also, you could tag myself at JDarrensburg or our chief meteorologist Hunter Williams at Hunt_WX as well. Only if you could do so safely. Let's go ahead and put it that way. Make sure you do so safely for one, but also make sure you get us what you want us to see, because we know that you are part of the weather story, and you help us tell the weather story, and we really appreciate all of your help and all of your support in helping us tell the weather story. Again, okay, David Alford just tagged us 27 seconds ago. Tree damage with large hail at Lone Grove, Texas as well. So this is not good news with the situation that we've had. So definitely something we are continuing to watch this very, very closely. Oh man, that large tree snap, that's near, I think, B.D. Riley's in the Miller area from what we're seeing. And Austin Energy just tweeted, we're seeing outages on the system from the severe weather. Our crews are responding as quickly and safely as possible. And they also said, thank you for your patience. Hopefully, if you are without power, you're watching us right now with your phone fully charged on the KVUE app or KVUE or KVUE Plus, or actually the KVUE app, because KVUE Plus on your Fire Stick or Roku, your TV, because your TV probably was out. So you're probably watching us on the KVUE app right now if you are without power. But again, a very, very serious situation here in Central Texas this evening, especially if you are in the Austin area. And I just got an email about hail in and around the Kingsland area. We've got 1/4 to 3/4 of an inch of hail, and we've got the sonic ice effect again. We've got the Canes ice effect again, and I'm going to post that on my socials as well here momentarily to kind of show that, because that we're seeing this quite a bit over these past few hours or so. I'm going to go ahead and tweet this real quick. Let me look at the name on it. Walton Butler. Yep. Yeah, I'm going to tweet that photo here real quick. Check this out from Kingsland. Let's see. All right. So, yep, this is from Kingsland, Texas, and I just posted it from Walton Butler. We've got the sonic ice effect, and we've got looks like some small hail, but still, we've got the.
Hey, Jordan,
yeah.
Real quick, I filmed a video outside of what it looks like at KVUE with some of the damage. I'm going to play that for folks real quick. Again, as Jordan was saying, y'all stay hunkered down in the hill country with this big storm coming through. This is what came through in Austin. Check this out. So I'm outside here. All right, hello everybody. I just wanted to give you an idea of what exactly is going on around here. So obviously we were directly in the path of the storm. What it appeared to happen is our system was showing pretty major hail. It looks like instead of system was showing pretty major large hail. Looks like instead of a lot of large hail, smaller hail. It was a lot of smaller hail, but it knocked down as that hail came through the trees. You can see how much. And then we've obviously got those branches and stuff. And then we actually have a courtyard at KVUE. We actually have a courtyard at KVUE. A pretty big tree branch went down there. A pretty big tree branch windshields on the cars here at KVUE. Did not lose windshields on the cars here at KVUE, but look, you can see all this mess, which is on the ground. You can see all this mess, which is on the ground, and then. We are right next to Shoal Creek, which rose very quickly, and then down the road, which rose very quickly, and then down. There were several water rescues actually, where on Steck Avenue, when you get off Mopac and it dips down under the train tracks there. That is a spot that is always very prone, and unfortunately, it did flood, and there were several water rescues there. I don't know if you guys can hear this, but as I walk over here to where Shoal Creek is located, you can hear the rushing water. The rainfall total, 1 to 3 inches of rain, which is not, the end of the world. But when it falls so fast like that, there's just nowhere for the water to go. So that is what contributed to the flooding situation. So do you guys hear that? Look, by the way, this is the gate. Over here at KVUE, you can see all the tree limbs and stuff that are down. Then over here, so this is Shoal Creek out in the background. You can see all the water and everything. Shoal Creek is out that way. You can see it. I'll walk over here real quick. I know this is stretching on just to give you a visualization though of what. Yeah, so we're under the trees now that fell. The tree leaves that fell. And over here, this is Shoal Creek that we're gonna walk down to. Try not to get too muddy down here. Yeah, so this is Shoal Creek. We have this little floodplain right here, which protects us from the creek and the station. All right, so here it is. Definitely don't have the footwear on for this, but this is Shoal Creek. So that's it. You can see it got even higher than that at one point, but that's what Shoal Creek looks like here in North Austin off Steck Avenue. Obviously the rain has stopped, so hopefully this continues to go down, but yeah, so that is Shoal Creek. That's the situation. It was a major hailstorm. There's a windstorm. The Austin airport gusted to 77 miles per hour. Looks like we had every bit of 50 to 60 plus winds here at KVUE. We took a power hit, and yeah, so it was an impactful storm. We'll keep you updated. Just wanted to give you kind of a live view of what's going on here in North Austin at KVUE. All right, so you were watching that video. I apologize with the double audio. Had to figure that out with the system. We're just going on the fly here. Just filmed that on my phone. Nothing crazy. Okay, so those were the peak winds today. Again, you can see 77 miles per hour there at the airport, which is pretty remarkable. I'll get you back into the radar though, and you can see that original storm is basically completely dissipated now over Fayette County, but this storm which is coming soon into southern Burnett, northern Blanco County, and then into potentially northwest Travis again. So we'll see what this storm does a little later on as it approaches the metro. So this is another lone supercell storm. Here's the tag with it. It does have a considerable tag. So places like Marble Falls, Spicewood, Round Mountain, down to Hamilton Pool, you guys are all included in this severe thunderstorm warning with the considerable tag. I'll read you what the National Weather Service is saying about this one. They're saying severe thunderstorm was located over Kingsland, moving southeast at 30, tennis ball size hail, and 60 mile per hour winds. Tennis ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Here's the latest storm track on it. And that is going to take it into Marble Falls soon, but it looks like Marble Falls, you might be grazed by the north edge of the bigger part of the storm down south. Horseshoe Bay, 8:43, Round Mountain, 9 p.m., Cypress Mill, 9:09, 9:19 for the Hamilton Pool area. We'll go back over to the hail tracker, and there it is with, this looks like maybe slightly larger than quarter-size hail coming into Granite Shoals, and it's going to pass over Lake LBJ. That is where this is going to pass. And then two, one of the other things too I want to do is show you some of the damage reports that we're getting. So let me, while I work on this, actually, Jordan, can you take it for a second while I work on pulling up some of these photos? 1 second. All right, your mic is on, Max 2 is up, take it away.
All right, we got it. All right, so right back to that hail core. It looks like the hail core is weakening though. It's just off to the south and east of Kingsland. So these things love to pulse up. And like what I just talked about, while these things love to pulse up, these things like to pulse down as well. And that looks like that's what we've got going on just off to the north of Granite Shoals. Good news there. Granite Shoals, I would still put the cars in the garage as a precaution or have it covered. Also Horseshoe Bay, if you're west of Marble Falls, about to cross the Llano River. It looks like it's right on top of Lake LBJ right now, but it looks like things are going to start to calm down. And also you got to think about what time it is right now. It's 8:39. And after sunset, these storms love to pulse down for good during the overnight hours. Remember, this watch is until 10 o'clock tonight. And we're tracking the weakening hail core. So what that's telling us is that the atmosphere is starting to lose that juice. It's starting to lose that instability, which is obviously great news as far as severe weather, because I mean, we've had quite the interesting day of severe weather here in the Austin metro especially, but it still might not be totally over. Still could get some pulses up, but by and large right now, not seeing that very considerable hail damage like what we've seen earlier this evening. So that's good news. That's really good news here. And it looks like it's at Blanco and Burnett, Llano and Travis County still 9:30 p.m. That's where that storm is right now. I'm going to go ahead and let's see if we've got another.
Hey, check this out, Jordan. So this is, I'll pop in occasionally with some of these social media photos. So this, Tracy Monroe sent this one on, this one in. This is Steck Avenue. I mean, this is where we are. There's a large tree down at Steck Avenue, Jordan.
Yeah, that is a very large destructive hail, it looks like right there. Let's see if we have any more photos. Let's see, can we just go through a couple more of those? It looks like, oh my. Oh, that looks like, yeah, I think I saw that one earlier, I believe. That's from
Jackson Heath sent this one.
Yep, Jackson Heath.
From Jordan, do you remember?
I think this is from, let me see. I think it was from North Austin, I believe. Or is it, they might have been actually out in the, let me look at that. I'm going to look at that one. Hold on, actually. Because I want to kind of see exactly where that particular storm was.
Here's another one. This is Cedar Park, New Hope, and Lake Lines. That's about slightly larger than quarter size.
Yeah, so a little larger than quarter size, so yeah.
Here's another video. This, I think, is also in that Lakeline area. And Jordan, it's interesting how like our system was showing massive, massive hail, and there probably was some big hail, but I think more so is that, that sonic ice, or I mean a little bigger, like probably quarter size, but just the quantity of hail was so large.
Yeah, so it's more so a quantity rather than a size thing, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, just falling down like snow. I think that's kind of similar to what we had here at KVUE.
Yeah, similar to that, or maybe even that Georgetown one that you shared videos of that ended up on TikTok and Sonic ended up commenting on it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
forgot about that storm a few weeks ago. That was crazy. That was just crazy.
Yeah, that was a crazy storm indeed. But let me see what we've got. You know, you've posted about a lot of the severe weather, considerable severe weather. Let's see what else we have. Okay, so let's see that Jackson Heath post. Let's see where that one was.
And it looks like too, Jordan, they dropped the considerable tag, so just a regular T-storm warning.
Let's see. It doesn't look like I've seen anything from. I don't see that Jackson Heath post. I'm looking for it. It doesn't look like I see it right now. Oddly enough. I don't see it. I think Jackson Heath, is out in the hill country. I think so too. Yeah. But yeah, so they dropped the considerable tag. That's good because that kind of shows you the weakening hail core. Yeah, that thing's really weakened.
Good.
Like just west of Marble Falls. Now we're looking at barely even, it's walnut size hail now. So again, instability in the atmosphere starting to really simmer down. You see that? It was baseball size a little bit ago. We're going to go ahead and scroll this back over the last hour. Look at how strong that thing was as it was passing through the Stoles area less than an hour ago. And now look how quickly that thing weakened. So just goes to show you, as quickly as these storms can really bubble up, these things can weaken as well. And again, we don't have the tornado possible tag on it as well, but at the same time, that was a very strong storm. So it looks like, I honestly though, Hunter, I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped this warning entirely here soon.
Yeah,
because it's really started to weaken and really simmer down over these past 20 or so minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped it either. So I think what we can do here, Jordan, y'all again stay hunkered down in Marble Falls and Horseshoe Bay with the storm coming in. We will go back to just the radar loop if that's cool with you, Jordan. We'll go back to the radar loop for a while. We've been doing like 4 hours of coverage here. Obviously, guys, we're still here. We're still watching this. If anything pulses up, we will let you know. So here's another look at it with that hail core. Coming in north of the Round Mountain area, so heads up there. We will continue to watch it. I'm going to get you back to just the regular radar loop. So this is actually, I need to pull it up, I guess, first on Max 3. All right, stand by. Let me. Oh, on Max 2?
Yeah.
Okay. There's another look at it as we get the radar loop all set up. So it's going to be looping here with no audio, and we'll just watch it. If anything pulses up, we'll be right back. I think as far as the rest of this evening is concerned, I think this will be our last storm. This one here out around Lake LBJ, obviously been surprised before, but I think this will probably be our last storm. And after that, the overnight should be primarily quiet. And then tomorrow in the evening into tomorrow night, it looks like Jordan will have another chance for storms. So maybe we'll be covering the same thing again. And then before we go, I mean, look at that. That is just amazing. So that's a distant view of that storm from our tower cam. And then here, different vantage point from out at Lake Travis. And let's see, how's the, wow, did you see the lightning? Perfect timing. I've got the timing on the lightning synced up this week. I don't know what's going on.
All right. I've got the loop set.
Perfect. All right, so you guys will be watching this loop over here on Max 2. We'll keep the coverage coming. Jordan, shout out to you. Thank you for all the hard work today. We appreciate everybody watching. This is what we do here on KVUE Plus. There's big storms. For the most part, we stay live on here and we cover them. So y'all have a good rest of your night. Stay safe. If anything big happens, we will pop back on.